make
because
it
I gotta walk
into
over, so
We're live.
we're
the
not on
agenda.
the
Oh,
internet,
okay.
but it is recorded.
I'll let you know.
Oh, thank you.
Switch to 7.
See the federal balance?
Yeah, well, it says they're gonna vote on it, which is great, because the HUD funds run out in like 4 months.
Metal track about that wide, about that thick, so, and then they're individually connected. So if one burns out, you just replace it. Then I can go on my phone.
We needed that as well.
Hey, it's all about efficiency.
That was a reactive.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, son.
That would be ideal, if we have it on record, then. Okay.
Well, it's in that single series.
All right, it's 4 o'clock. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the November 10th meeting of the St. John's, actually the St. Augustine Airport Authority. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, before we get started, I would like to respectfully request that we take a brief moment of silence in memory of Warren Sillers, who tragically passed away on Saturday, who was a prominent figure in our aviation community. So if we could just take a moment for him, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Start with the roll call. So I think we've got everybody, all 4 members present, so we're good. We have a quorum. Going to minutes approval. Everybody had a chance to review the minutes from our October 13th board meeting, as well as our October 15th, or excuse me, and our October 13th budget meeting. Did anybody have any questions, additions, or edits to those meeting minutes? Seeing none, I'll have a motion to approve the minutes as provided.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second?
All right, any discussion or debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of the minutes say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Go to agenda approval. Anybody seeking any amendments?
I do. I have 2, 3. I'd like to move up 2 items, potentially. One, NFTPO is not on the agenda, but I'd like to put that because I'd like to discuss that, and that should be hopefully very brief. The North Florida TPO, there's a board meeting on Wednesday, and I'd like to discuss that, and I push to be present myself as their delegate if it was so approved. But that would be the first amendment. The second amendment would be discussing the opening of the T hangars. And then thirdly, which could be pushed down the agenda, indemnification policy. And I don't necessarily care where the indemnification policy would fit.
Yeah, so we can't add things to the agenda because if it's a public meeting, we have to notice it ahead of time to give people the awareness that there's gonna be an issue. On the T-hanger approval, I think maybe Courtney, you can handle that in your staff report. As far as the TPO,
It was an old business. I mean, it's not showing up, but
Right.
it was an item that we had in the prior business.
yeah, but if it's not listed, we can't add new items to vote on. So, in general counsel, am I correct in my?
If there's no expenditure of funds, you would be able to, in theory, add it as long as you had a quorum, and then you opened it for public comment. I want to pull down one thing to cross-confirm. Generally speaking, though, best practices is you would notice it before a meeting. But I want to pull this down really quick, because I do recall it was old business.
It
so,
was. It was. I'm gonna, well, we can open it up for other discussion. On the TPO, do we need to have a vote on, or can I just appoint somebody to represent us on the TPO?
That would be my counsel. That would be within the chairman's discretion, as it's effectively a committee that the board is attending. So you have I would say you have the discretion to appoint.
Does anybody have any objection to appointing Mario as our representative on the TPO?
No objection over here?
Congratulations, you're appointed to represent us on the TPO.
Well, sweet, then I redact my requested amendment there.
No, you're good.
And if Courtney has the T hangers and can discuss that, and then the indemnification policy is something that could be down. I know we're planning on discussing it at the workshop.
Yeah, I think if you don't mind, if we can discuss that at the workshop and then have it on the agenda for the December meeting, if you're okay with that.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other changes or?
I'd like to make a proposal that when we look at the agenda items, we change the old business to unfinished business.
Okay.
I'd like the agenda to reflect that.
Unfinished business.
Yeah,
I have no problems with
no
that.
problem with that?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay. Any other changes? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
You have a second?
A second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. All right, business partner updates. Commissioner Taylor. Yep. And we do have a nice new clock, so 3 minutes, if you don't mind.
Alrighty, well, great to see everybody. Let's see, I just wanted to share a few things. We recently had our delegation meeting in the county building with our senator and our House reps, and went over future things that we want to plan for next year as well. And I did want to just kind of revisit one of the things that Rep. Kim Kendall had worked on $250,000 appropriation here for the airport. And the St. Augustine Airport, what it's gonna be is the St. Augustine Airport Student Maintenance Training Program. And that's gonna be between the airport and St. Augustine High School, so that's very, very exciting for that, so some money to go to that. And then, she also showed up the St. Augustine Pilots Association has also offered assistance for that, so that's exciting. I did want, as far as the county goes, really the big news right now was that our comprehensive plan that we spent so much time and money on was rejected. So we are gonna be working on that and getting that resubmitted by the end of the year. Those of you that are following that, the big reason was due to Senate Bill, which is now law, 180. So that was a big part of that. And then also just want to give an update. This Saturday starts the opening night of Night of Lights, and I'm very excited. And I feel like we're really making some good progress. Everybody agrees that what happened last year can't happen again. So we're gonna be, working closely with the Sheriff's Department as well as with the city police and that, so that's going on, it hasn't happened. Also, huge news, we do have a new Night of Lights app, hopefully everybody's aware of that, because of all the changes, there's a brand new app that was developed specifically, for Night of Lights. And, for that to work, one of the big concerns is cell coverage in the downtown area. Yes, I was able to coordinate a joint meeting with upper management with Verizon. Normally it takes several months to get something like that done, but Verizon has agreed to work with the city, and they're gonna be deploying a temporary piece of equipment that's gonna help with cell service at this very busy time. Normally it's close to $100,000, and they are not gonna be charging us for that, so that is huge. So that is going on, and hopefully that will help with that app and that, so we don't have those things. But other than that, congrats to all of you, and nice to see everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Mr. Byers, Atlantic Aviation, any updates? Or anybody from Atlantic? None? Okay. SAPA, any updates other than the email we got yesterday? None? Okay. Anybody from Northrop Grumman for an update? Thank you. At this time, we'll go to just general public comments or on any of the agenda items. As you see, we got the clock, 3 minutes. So if we've got our first person, if you could just come up, please state your name and address a matter that's presented in front of the authority. Oh, I do have people. Oh, and one here too, okay. I'm sorry. Mr. McKendrick, you're up first if you've got.
Actually, I have something to add today. So
Okay.
I'm not just a business partner, I'm a St. Johns County resident. I'm at 660 Hampton Downs Court, St. John's 32259. I actually came here today because a whole new board in front of me that I'm used to seeing. But I wanted to, by the way, is the agenda item for search for county airport authority director on the agenda today?
It is.
Okay, all right, so good. So I wanted to express as a business partner my support for Courtney Pittman. I know the search has been going on for years, it feels like. I feel like this has been on the agenda for a while. But the stability of the airport is really important to us. And Courtney's given that to us. I've worked with him. I've been the manager in flight tests, which is air crew, the fire department. That's my team. But we work with the airport a lot. And Courtney's been great. So I know as you search for an airport authority director, you might have a good one right under your nose. So I just wanted to, as a partner, as a business partner, he's been great for us, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I guess we'll just go through all of them. Some of them are specific items, but just to knock out the public comment this way. Mr. Hay, you want to come up?
Jacksonville, Florida, 32224. First of all, I'd like to say it's a breath of fresh air to see Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedures being used professionally. Thank you.
You're
We've
welcome.
struggled for it for the 5 years that I've been at this airport. Second to that, I'm probably the least likely person to be standing here before you to make the comments that I'm going to make, because if you were here 6 months ago, you would see that Courtney Pittman and I were at opposition on something that was very near and dear to me. Fortunately, that night, I prevailed. I prevailed by the hand of the previous board. It wasn't because Courtney was doing something personal, it was because he was doing his job. And although that night I dickered with him for the fact that he was doing his job so completely, but in the end, it all worked out well. And since that time, I have seen this gentleman handle Wings and Wheels with really no authority and turning it into an amazing, successful event. And based on the contract length that I think he's looking at, he will be handling the next one in February, which is scheduled to be 5 times what the most previous one was. What I bring to you giving him such a short contract, possibly entertain the idea of a 1-year contract with an extension after that. For the real reason that even though he knew that someone was looking to replace him, i.e. the board, he still did the job in an exemplary manner. And so I'm asking you to remove the word interim and instead make him the executive director with the authority of all of the previous executive directors. And I'll add this, after being here since 2020, the previous executive director, I only saw in the public 1 time and mostly spoke to him on the phone. Courtney is in the field, on the field, around the field. And if you need to meet with him, you can call him almost on a moment's notice, and he will make time for you. That's what we need here. And the chairman said that he wanted stability and customer service from this board going forward in a television interview. I tell you that stability would be obtained by placing him in the position of executive director and not labeling him with interim or searching for someone else. Save the money on the search engine and give this man a real shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martin.
I didn't time this, but I hope. My name is Sasha Martin. I'm an airport stakeholder who has been attending these airport authority meetings for more than 20 years. I was on the committees for the new commercial air terminal and the new customs building openings. And as a result of my being on steering committee and board appointed to the St. Johns County Visitors by the County Commission, our airport executive director appointed me to a Citizens Airport Advisory Committee, which was initially charged to look at and analyze existing airport businesses and come up with recommendations and actions. I've also been in the Wings and Wheels and Young Eagle Committee. I was not able to attend your first meeting, but I did review the video. It was a very efficient and positive meeting and so well coordinated by our new chair, Nick Primrose. Great job, and I was very impressed. I had met 2 of you before this meeting. Before the governor's appointment was made, the County Republican Executive Committee asked me to interview their REC members, Mario and John Young, who were airport authority candidates, so they could write a meaningful recommendation letter. I and 2 other prominent pilots had a wonderful, convenient meeting and came away writing our own recommendation letters for both. What amazing and relevant backgrounds our new board members have. Mario is a state transportation leader with 5 years under the umbrella of the FDOT. He's on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the North Florida TPO, and I get to discuss that. He's led business development and transportation teams. Wow. As an understatement, Nick is an expert at multitasking. He oversees Jacksport regulations compliance and is a public policy professional. So is obviously good at regulatory compliance. Quite by chance, I had a long conversation with Jerry. We had a lot in common and his outlook is a positive one. To our benefit, he has decades of significant aviation experience which should prove useful. Thank you, Michelle, for continuing to provide your experience and input. And Courtney did not hesitate a moment with answers to questions. He now provides agenda briefings, which we never had before, and which makes the understanding of the issues so much easier. We have a remarkable airport to preserve and enhance. Thank you so much, new board members, for your initiative to step forward and take on our challenges. I'm confident that you on the board, with you on the board, our airport will become the best it can be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then Ms. Brewer.
Good afternoon, Jan Brewer, 228 Escalante Drive, Juan Beaver Beach, T-Hanger tenant. I would like to first address the Airport Authority. No, is that policy? Are we going to be allowed to speak to each agenda item today? Because that has direct bearing on the rest of my time.
Yeah, and for today, you can speak on each agenda item. If the board policy passes, it'll go to just a public comment at the beginning of the meeting on all items, just so that we can move through them a little bit quicker.
Okay, so today, for clarification, like when item 4 comes up, I can speak after item 4.
You can, unless you want to go right now, and I can give you some extra time. Whatever you'd like to do.
I would like to wait, and
Okay.
although I appreciate having like hours of time, I
Yeah,
think it was
Yeah, it's wrong.
We're watching it.
We're good for today, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
She referred to
Did you want to address any, because you put 3 different items you wanted, you just want to wait until each of those?
Right, because I think
Okay.
it's relative, like the airport policy, public comment after each item is what I would like for today, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Then the employment contract, there were no backup materials, so I'm not really prepared for that.
Okay.
There was nothing really for us to review, so I'm kind of flying blind on what that interim contract or what the contract is. So it'd be good to wait for that item so that maybe someone can speak to what is actually contained in that contract. I did see that item 8 was non-existent as far as the backup materials. There was no item 8. So far, that's all I have for right now.
Okay.
As long as we can speak after each item.
Yep, you can.
Thank you.
All right. And then Ms. Fishbach?
Members of the board, in the interest of looking for a permanent director, I would like to know if the board has sought out any other temporary options aside from Mr. Pittman. There has got to be someone available who can at least do some damage control, as the airport has lost a lot under current management. In fact, the only gain under this management has been to Mr. Pittman personally, as well as some of his staff. To that end, I would like to know if Mr. Pittman's resume came across your desk today to apply for this position, would you consider it? With his ATC experience, his lack of airport management experience, and now this airport mismanagement since May of 2024, where the airport is in financial dire straits and being run by Passero and ChatGPT, would you still consider it? Would you take his resume into serious consideration to get the airport out of a situation that he unironically helped to create? And might you consider reaching out to any of the tenured staff under former administrations who ran the airport smoothly for decades? Might you want to reach out to people who would exactly know the road back to efficient operations and financial prudence at this airport?
Thank
Thank you.
you. All right, seeing no other comment cards, we will move on to the agenda. So on old/unfinished business, we'll go to agenda item number 1, the Cherry Becker Annual Audit Presentation. Yep. We have a representative that would like to.
That is correct.
Okay.
That we do. Beautiful. Are you driving?
I got you.
Yeah, I'm recording.
Yes, sir.
Well, I actually appreciate unfinished versus old. I just recently had a birthday. And I think I'd much rather if we thought it was unfinished than old. So I approve. My name is Jeff Zeichner. I'm the engagement leader from Cherry Becker on the authorities audit. I've already made this presentation before. but at the time there was no quorum, so I'm back again. So council's gonna find this a bit redundant, but it'll be new for you. But I'm gonna move very quickly. The real reason I'm here is to answer any questions you might have. So I'm gonna go pretty quickly, but feel free to stop me if you like. That's just quickly the agenda. We can kind of fly through that. You go to the next slide. You know, we have a client service team led by me, Jeff Zeichner. I actually have a pretty long history with the airport. I love being back here. At a different firm, in a different life. I think I was the senior on this engagement around 2000, 2001. So it's great to be back. I'm also local, even though I'm tied to the Orlando office. I sit at home at the beach in St. Augustine. So please, if you ever need anything, feel free to call us. We'll easily get over here. And the client service team's been very consistent over the years, which is good. It adds value to the audit, I think. Next one. So these are the results of the audit. You know, just to sort of start out, it's been mentioned there's been some instability at the airport. It's made the audits a bit challenging. But this audit, the group that was responsible for getting this audit across the finish line really weren't the people that were here during 2024. And everybody really rallied, and we got to what was needed. We had a really good result, I thought, although it was dragged out, and we have a plan to get it back on track. But we did. We issued an unmodified opinion in your financial statements. That's the highest level of assurance a CPA can lend to a set of financial statements. It means that your creditors, although you really don't have any at the moment, your stakeholders, your grantors can rely on those financial statements to accurately reflect the results of your operations and your financial position. So that's a great thing. Moving on to the next, we start to deal with significant audit matters. These were areas that we identified as having higher inherent risk, things we've paid a little closer attention to, designed our procedures with a higher level of precision. And that was management override controls, which is a presumed significant risk in any audit. And then capital assets. As of 2023, there was a material misstatement related to capital assets. That did not reoccur in 2024. So this speaks to government auditing standards here. So, you know, in addition to giving an opinion on your financial statements, because you're a government, you're audited under governmental auditing standards. And what that means is, as your auditors, we have to look at your internal controls and your compliance with contracts, statutes, regulations that would have a direct and material impact on your financial statements in the event of non-compliance. And after reviewing your internal controls over financial reporting and your compliance attributes, we had nothing to report, which is a great thing because auditors never say nice things. We just hold our tongues when we have nothing to say. Move it along. I'm going to apologize. I'm having a little trouble with my back. Would you mind if I sat?
No, please.
A little gimpy today. Having to do with being unfinished. These are the definitions of control deficiency, things that were reported, we found anything. A material weakness is the most severe. We did report one in 2023, and we kind of condensed about 5 different points into one material weakness. That did not reoccur in 2024. Significant deficiency is slightly less in significance than a material weakness, but important enough to report to those who are charged with governments, which are you all. And again, we had nothing to report. We are required to report corrected misstatements and uncorrected misstatements. These were effectively our audit adjustments. And that first one looks sort of large. It's $2.1 million, but it really didn't change much. It was just a classification change between different categories of capital assets, so it had no impact on your net position or your operations. The other two were significantly small. We probably wouldn't have noticed them at all if it hadn't been for the first one. The next slide is uncorrected misstatements. These are things that we agreed with management were not material and we agreed not to adjust. And again, you can see they were very immaterial. So overall, the financial records that were provided to us at the end of 2024 were very much what ended up in your financial statements, which is something to say because there was a lot of turbulence. And again, your controller who was trying to pull all this together was not here during 2024, so she really rallied for us. Moving on to the next slide, we get into some required communications. They're not terribly interesting. Again, if you're curious, we'd be happy to. We always have to be aware of related parties because they can be conducted not at an arm's length transaction, and they have to be disclosed. So we looked for related party transactions that have not been disclosed, and we did not find any. We also look for significant unusual transactions. Significant estimates are always important. These estimates they're inherent in financial statements, and they're subject to management bias and assumptions. And so we always look at significant estimates with a little higher degree of skepticism. Didn't find anything to report. And then we always look at your financial statement disclosures to make sure they're neutral and clear and understandable. We didn't find any trouble with any of that. Sorry, I kind of skipped ahead. Courtney, you can probably go 4 slides down to the 2. I'm not as good when I'm not driving myself. And one more. We do perform some non-audit services for the airport. And anytime we do a non-audit service, we have to evaluate it to make sure we are maintaining our independence as your auditors. In that regard, we do help you maintain your depreciation schedules. It's straight line depreciation, very simple calculation. We did do some forensic accounting for you at the end, as a result, at the end of 2024. And we assist you in the preparation of your financial statements, as well as assisting with the data collection form for the feds. And we evaluated that, and none of it, we don't believe any of it impaired our independence as your auditors. One more. These are just other required communications that we would be required. These are things that the AICPA, our governing body, feels that things that you should know if we were having trouble, if we had difficulties with management, disagreements with management. You know, usually we get to an unmodified opinion one way, but if we only get there because management's taking a very aggressive position and the auditors are holding the opinion until they back down, they'll usually back down before we give it to them. But the AICPA feels that we should disclose those type of things with you if management is being overly aggressive. But in that regard, we had no disagreements with management, no significant, other than the turnover and the turbulence. No pun intended there. But you know, we really worked well with management. As I said earlier, I think they really rallied to clean up conditions that were here before they were really in place. I think there's some more required communication there. Nothing substantial. There is a thing there that we would refer to fraud and illegal acts. I think we're all sort of aware of an event that happened at the end of 24, but it was rather de minimis, and we've discussed it at length. I don't know, need to go to it any further. So those are the required communications. As we go 1/3, I think this just talks about our responsibility for certain things in the financial statements. We don't take full responsibility for them. And in this regard, the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, where you report your federal and state grants, the expenditures, we don't intentionally audit. We give what's called an in relation to opinion, which means that it appears to be accurate in relation to the financial statements taken as a whole. And these are simply the upcoming financial statement changes. And we will discuss these. There's a few, there's nothing terribly significant. Compensated absences and risk disclosures comes into play for 2025. We'll make sure that Connie is up to speed on those and ready. 103 and 104, the financial reporting model and disclosure of capital assets will go into play in 26. And I was just talking to Connie on the way in, and I was helping her find some training for certain things. We'll certainly make sure that the team is up to speed and trained. We'll invite them to our seminars and make recommendations so that they're ready to deal with when they come in. And then finally, I just opened the questions if you had any. But before I said that, there was one other thing I thought I'd mention. At the end, when I presented at the last workshop meeting, there was a lot of discussion after I presented about the event that occurred at the end of 2024 where the controller was terminated. And I was asked why we did not report a control deficiency, or I wasn't asked, it was implied, why was there not a control deficiency reported because of that incident? And I didn't have a chance to talk, but I wanted to just state this so you were all kind of clear on it now. It's good I had a second chance to make this presentation. The definition of a control deficiency is an event or condition that will result in a misstatement of the financial statements and not be prevented or detected and corrected by management in the normal course of performing their assigned job functions. So in this case, controls can be preventative or they can be detective. Now, in relation to that event, it was not prevented. Obviously, there was something that occurred, and there was action taken. But because it was detected by management, and honestly, it was detected fairly quickly and corrected, and I actually had to consult with our national office on this, it really does not fit the definition of a control deficiency, which is why you won't see anything reported as an internal control deficiency related to that. because it was detected and corrected by management's timely manner. And after that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. My contact information is also up there if you ever need to know.
Jeff, thank you. Open up any questions?
How long did it take you from beginning to end to look at all the records?
Quite a bit longer than it should have. It's the challenge for the past 2 years has been there's just been a large amount of turnover. In an organization that has 10 employees, a little bit of turnover really upends things. Connie came to work right around a year ago today, so she wasn't even here at the end of 24. So she was really just playing detective. Every time we asked a question, she'd just, I'm not sure, I wasn't here. And she'd have to go and research it. And, everybody that works inside this airport is somehow involved in accounting and finance. Courtney's answering a lot of our questions. It's a very small team, so everybody has to have their hands in it. But, so it did take quite a long time. I think we probably started in the beginning of April, and we finally issued, the date on the report was August? Yeah. So, again, I have a long history with this airport, and the accounting standards have changed quite a bit since 2000. So there is more to do. But in my heart of hearts, I think this audit could probably be completed start to finish in probably about 3 weeks of field work. And this we didn't have that, if we got everything closed, shut down, ready to audit, team could come in and out, we'd be done pretty quick, and we present it. And we do have a plan to get you back on track, probably issuing closer in the February, early March timeframe later in the year. I was just talking to Connie about that earlier, about how we get that geared up for 25. But yeah, it took quite a bit longer than normal, but again, considering the instability people have mentioned, not a surprise, and I think the team did a great job. It was all detective work, because they weren't here. When all these things happened, they weren't here.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? No? All right. Well, thank you so
Well, it
much.
was a pleasure, guys. I hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, hope
And
your back
thank you
feels
for letting
better.
me sit.
Yeah, of
Thank you.
course.
And we would need a motion to
Yeah,
accept this.
Yeah, motion to adopt the audit as presented.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on it? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, let's go to agenda number 2, the Airport Authority meeting policy. I don't know if, Courtney, are you gonna present this, or are we gonna have general counsel?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Mr. Chair, through the rest of the Board of Commissioners, Mr. Pittman requested, I believe, and actually at the board's request as well at the last meeting, that we take a look at the airport meeting policy. It had been some time since it had most recently been updated. Mr. Pittman pulled together, which I appreciate the proposal. Effectively, what we've done is we've taken the existing meeting policy that was the prior board's in place and approved policy, and we redrafted it consistent with Florida Sunshine Law. Specifically, we cross-referenced in what is commonly referred to as the Florida Sunshine Law Manual. You will see a lot of different changes in there that reflect specific things that the Sunshine Manual generally expects. I think some of the largest changes, and it was a pretty extensive redraft, just to kind of bring it into more of what I'll call more formality to the policy. Just some really big points to consider. We did actually make clear kind of what the public comment policy would be based on some of the additional things or additional comments that were made. We also tried to reinforce and bring forward more clarity around Robert's Rules of Orders. Made clear that there needs to be public access and accommodation. Sunshine Law standards were implemented. Records were being kept in according with the meeting policy. There's one policy that I draw to the board's attention, and I believe Mr. Pittman may have previously noted this as well. Artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence. There is no guidance in the Sunshine Manual yet specific to the use of artificial intelligence, so if the board would summarize something via ChatGPT or would ask it to review an email, the conservative approach is to deem that to be a public record. I believe that is where ultimately the Sunshine Law will come down on this. We did include this in the meeting policy to make that clear that it would be deemed to be a public record and would need to be preserved. My only other suggestion would be is that the board would formally adopt an actual artificial intelligence policy for the organization, and based on what some of my other clients have done, actually pick an AI vendor that, you know, people would pay licenses for. Everything would be stored in a self-contained facility so that it is not necessarily just floating about. It is easily searchable. I'm happy to answer any questions on the policy. Or Mr. Pittman, did I miss anything?
No, you got it all.
Any questions?
Well, I'll start with, I have one about the AI. You said any sort of request through, say, ChatGPT, that request would become a public record?
There's no governance, there's no Florida opinions or sunshine discussions on what artificial intelligence is or isn't. So the question is the prompt, like what you would put in, is that deemed to be a public record or not? I would take the conservative approach and say yes. Anything that you put in writing to put into a system would become a public record.
So, for instance, let's say that there was 166 pages of notes from May at a meeting because our public record is literally a verbatim transcript, and I said, hey, summarize this in 2 pages instead of me reading 166. That is or could be a public record?
My guidance would be that it should be treated as a public record unless and until the state attorney the attorney general decides otherwise.
Because that is not hypothetical, that is
I
legitimate.
understand.
So how can I
So what we
distribute that public record for proper retention?
Great question. So what I would recommend is you have an email that is the St. Augustine Authority email address. I would email it to yourself to keep the record in the actual email so that if there ever needs to be a request for records, that the email address, it can be searched, if that would make sense. The other thing is I believe Mr. Pittman was looking at like a board portal and stuff like that. Eventually, that's where this information could go. But for the time being, my recommendation would be just to email it to yourself to keep it in the actual authority's system and records.
So that would apply also to any staff that was working on anything.
Yes, sir. So again, I don't think, Mr. Pittman, I don't believe there is a formal policy in place.
No, there's not. They're planning on this session discussing it.
Yeah.
On the state level.
But it would be my recommendation that the board discuss a formal policy.
Yeah, for what it's worth, my day job, we've got an anti-AI use policy because when you're dealing, now the airport may not have anything that's of particular concern, but once you upload to any AI, it's no longer private. And so if you're doing trade secrets, if you're doing sensitive information, you actually don't even own that anymore. So we have a blanket, do not use AI, and it's, you know, you're subject to discipline if you do use it. So that's just something, food for thought as we consider moving forward. So maybe that's something we can discuss at the board workshop, maybe a blanket policy on even using AI. I agree with you, Chris, there's, you know, like Microsoft has its own autopilot suite. So if you're gonna use the Microsoft
Copilot.
Yeah, the Copilot. So if you're using that, you know, maybe that is an acceptable use of AI for the authority, but we should discuss that at the next workshop on how we want to go forward with using AI in more detail. A standalone policy.
Accordingly, our company developed our own internal chat bot so that we could, our own version of ChatGPT likewise, so our trade secrets weren't externally circulated.
Yeah.
I have another one on the, it sounded like we were moving to 3 minutes of public comment at the beginning of the meeting, but here it looks like it's very explicit under item 12, public comment, part D, that there would still be item-specific public comment, which I'll reinforce I actually agree with that opportunity being available. Am I misunderstanding that?
No, so, and this may be a carryover, which I apologize. The direction that we drafted was a beginning, public comment at the beginning. That said, and I did actually pull from the question earlier today, or early this morning today, I apologize. The chair, under Florida Sunshine Law, there is no requirement that individual items be given specific opportunity to be heard on. However, there are Attorney General opinions in the Florida Sunshine Manual that suggest that in the chair's discretion that can be done. It is relatively, it appears routine that if there are matters of specific financial importance or consequential matters is what the Attorney General uses as a phrase, that those would be opened up for individual public comment. However, there is no actual requirement that every individual item be opened up for public comment. So, you know, we can certainly leave this in as at the discretion of the chair. We can eliminate it entirely. We can go back to item-specific public comment. That is up for the board's consideration.
Do you have any other?
I do have more, and furthermore, I'll maybe mention that I do not support making this change today, because I think this isn't much time to review all the red lines. It looks incomplete and it feels incomplete. Furthermore, it seems like there's still things that aren't accurate as it stands right now. But one more item would be the transcript part of the public record. I think we're going to discuss this on the next agenda item, and this is under item 2, part, with the cross-throughs, I think it's part B. And maybe this is just on the workshop. But I would say, I don't think we need the transcripts necessarily part of the public record. And I know we'll get to that, but I would just say I have a few questions on this, and I think we should talk about it at the workshop before we pass the changes.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the executive session.
Okay.
Where that's required to have a court reporter, and that's because it's closed. So you do need that recording there. So, any other questions on the red line changes at all? I for one like the change of putting all the public comment to beginning, and allowing the chair at their discretion, if there's an issue of particular importance, to open it up to maybe a longer discussion. It's pretty typical in meetings where, you know, the chair can even increase the amount of time for public discussion if the agenda is particularly controversial or of big impact. So I'm in support of that, but I'm just one vote. So any other thoughts? If not, would entertain a motion to adopt the.
Any public comment?
Yeah, you're right. I said that I would give it moving forward. So you don't have to stand up.
I organize myself.
You don't have to stand up.
For,
Unless you want to.
I organize myself for each item comments. So, this one is regarding meetings and protocol. Obviously, court reporting is very reliable, of course, it's very expensive, but it's not available until just before the next meeting. However, having access to the oral video backup that we've had recently catches things that the professional reporter cannot. For example, in the September 8th video captured Matt Leota asking General Counsel for a cease and desist order on a hot mic before the meeting began. And Jennifer Leota's tone of voice and demeanor telling Courtney to sit down several times would not have been caught. There is only mention of election of officers at the end of the year. I don't know if this goes into this item or not. It says that election of officers will be at the end of the year, but there's no provision for vacancies which happen or have happened. And then public records requests, it says were only possible during a meeting. So if next week I think of something I want to request, I can't request it. I have to wait till the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I would like to see each item have comment.
Hi, Jan
Other-
Brewer. I worked for the state of Florida for 10 years and for the Board of County Commissioners for 25 years. I brought many items in front of the board. After each item that was brought to the board, it was allowed for public comment. You when the item comes before you, the board, you have the opportunity to discuss and bring up additional comments and information that may reflect something that the people in the audience need to speak to. You have an audience here filled with individuals that are experienced pilots, experienced in businesses outside of the pilot community that can bring their expertise to potentially each item that's up for discussion. So I am very supportive of having public comment after each item. Certainly, some of your items are going to be small items, and you'll probably not get any public comments. Don't think the public comment period is going to bog down the meeting. We would have general public comment, where individuals could bring up anything they wanted to the board for 3 minutes outside of the agenda. And then we would have specific agenda item public comments to allow individuals to speak to the specific item. So I am very supportive of actually having comments after each agenda item. And I'm also supportive, if things appear not to be tight, to go ahead and wait and have a workshop.
Any other public comments?
Yes, Trey Brewer, Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, also a longtime tenant here for 10 years and flying out of here for 15. And I just want to concur with what Ms. Brewer said and what Ms. Martin said. I feel like having a comment after each agenda item is very, very important to our community.
Please.
The AI generated summary be instead of the minutes, or would it be in addition to?
Two totally separate things. The AI was if a staff or a board member is using AI, the answer, the prompt and the answer from AI become a public record, but nothing to do with meeting minutes or analyzing the meetings.
Okay.
Totally different. Yeah. Any other public comment? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer adoption for further member review.
I think we already had
Did we have a motion? Was it
so
second?
yeah.
There's no motion on the table as it sits.
Oh, that's right, I just asked for a
Correct.
motion. Okay. So we've got a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion on it?
I just think that we have a little bit more to work through before we do it. I enjoy having public comment after each one because I like to change my mind if someone presents something new, and there are a lot of people in this space that have a lot to offer. And I want to make sure that they're heard and that we process what they're saying and we are making the best decisions. So I don't want to lose that by having it at the start, but I am still open, of course, to the chairman's discretion. So I'm not quite sold either direction. So if we have the time, if it's not a pressing matter, I think if we have the time to kind of dig through a little bit deeper and work through it at the workshop, it might be for the best.
Okay. All right. Hearing no other discussion, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. So the motion does carry 3-1. All right. Let's move to board policy. Item number 3. Do we want to, General Counsel, do you want to present this one as well?
Give me 1 second, Mr. Chairman, apologies while I scroll down.
While you do that, I'm good.
What, I'm sorry? Go ahead.
Never
Yeah,
done
yeah,
all the- I'll have to do that.
Oh, thank you. So this is, would you like to wait until your other board member comes back?
No, we can keep
Okay.
going.
So this one, I believe Mr. Pittman pulled this one together. If I'm correct, Mr. Pittman, where'd Mr. Pittman go?
He's there.
There we go. We didn't address this, did we? No, I don't think we're,
Did you, yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so this one was talking about how the minutes would be done, if we would be a summary like other boards, or would it be taken via stenographer like we've been doing it? Also about the speaking, how the speaking be done. This was honing it down, so that you had the overall policy, that was the last, so these two agenda items pretty much go hand in hand, but this one gets more specific when it talks about, like I said, how the meetings will be captured and then also, public comments and things of that nature. So this was how the actual meeting itself would be done.
Okay. Yeah, so this one, just for the public, it's up there, but this is a request to change to a different model of collecting minutes. No change on where public comment is, just that you must be recognized by the chair to speak, you must be orderly, fill out a comment card, and then that the chair is responsible for maintaining order and decorum. So any comments from the board on this one? There were 3 options that were made available. Staff's recommendation is to essentially wait for our guidance. I'll tell you, and this is no offense to our great court reporter over there, but I don't think that it is the best use of our finances to have a court reporter taking down every single thing verbatim. I do think that you can go to a hybrid model where we use verbatim records if it's a meeting of great importance, budget meetings, things like that. Obviously executive session, but for run-of-the-mill board meetings, that we would use a summary-based in-house service, which is completely allowable under Florida law. So that's my preference, but.
I sincerely hope that moving forward, our board meetings are boring enough that we don't need verbatim, so that would be something I would support as well.
So I'll say, I like that we have the video, and I hope we continue the video, so that if there was any clarification or somebody wanted to say, hey, we approved this in the minutes, you could always go back to the video. However, I would like to maybe clarify not just summary-based minutes, but action-based minutes, where it's literally, I think as we took our sunshine public record law training, literally just anything, any motions, seconds, and the action taken, not necessarily a summary of everything that was discussed, because that's where I think discussion and approval of the minutes could be contentious in the future if it wasn't the same board.
Yep, I believe you have to capture who made the motion, the second, and anyways.
So through the chair, it would be more routine that the meeting minutes would be summary. However, to the board member, you are correct. Normally, there would actually be a formal resolution prepared documenting that decision, and the resolution would be signed by the chair and the secretary certifying that that action was taken, and that would be placed in the official minutes of the organization.
Is that for every single action item or just ones that require a board resolution?
It depends, if you're taking action like certifying a contract or certifying the budget or larger action items, best practice would be that, you would normally do the full resolution. Some boards choose to, any action item has a basic resolution, which they just attach to it. Some choose to leave it to the minutes. Most of the boards that I've been privy to and advised typically do that blended larger action items. Mr. Pittman's guidance or the executive director's guidance would say we probably need to formally document this via resolution. Policy procedure changes, things like that could probably be more, just adopted and inserted in as the policy of the organization. So.
Okay.
In other words, I just want the most simplified action minutes we can. And the reason for that is we have the video if anybody really cares for the detail. But, honestly, I didn't think it was very transparent to have 166 pages of notes to go through for each meeting to figure out the background.
Yeah, agreed. So maybe we'll entertain a motion for option 3 hybrid model where we do action-based minutes, but a court reporter for key meetings only.
Could we do something like a header for each agenda item, and then the summary of the discussion below?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
I think so. And
Is that possible?
And I think we can also give guidance, so as we see the first minutes, if there's something else that we think that they should be organized differently, that we could provide that guidance.
Well, that way it doesn't look so convoluted, and you're searching for whatever your topic that you want to talk or want to read about at the time. We do it that way. I think think that would be,
Yeah.
I don't see why we can't.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I
I mean,
think if we were to pass the policy to go to the hybrid model that we're talking about, with the board's, the board would retain the authority to amend the formatting of it to meet our needs.
No, sorry, what's the, it sounds like you're kind of supporting option 3,
Yes.
Nick. And from that, what is the difference between, option 2 is transition to in-house or
So-
summary-based versus, I guess we could bring in a court reporter for key meetings
Correct.
mainly?
Correct. I would think that
Okay.
we would still want to use the court reporter for budget hearings. If there's, for example, we've got an appeal that we have to hear, if there's something that, you know, we want to have in the record later on, a verbatim, that we would be able to call on that.
Okay.
But for every normal board meeting, for our board workshop, we would keep it as just an in-house summary or action-based minutes. That'd be the option 3.
Okay. Well, if there's, we could probably still discuss, but I would move that we go with option 3, the hybrid model then.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion on that? Public comment on that? Seeing none, we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, let's go to action item number 4, which is the interim executive director employment contract. I will take this one, since I appointed myself to be the board's liaison on this. All members of the board, you should have received from general counsel the draft of the employment contract for Courtney as the interim executive director. That was done at the direction of general counsel, but also with the chance for Courtney to review all the appropriate provisions. Last week, we were on a call. Courtney provided some feedback that he would like to have changes made to that employment agreement, which were adopted and accepted by us. I think everybody really wants to know the salary. That's a big one. And so I'll say at Courtney's request, he has agreed to take a lower salary, $225. He did ask for a small budget for professional development courses, certifications that would be useful for his term as the interim executive director, which we agreed to, up to $5,000 in essentially performance reimbursement. We do still have the same term that we agreed to at the last board meeting, which was 6 months or the hiring of a full-time executive director, which could be Courtney, whichever occurs sooner. And then we also did allow for an extension in the event that, you know, both parties do want to extend further, we could still do that. There were mutual terminations of the employment contract for whatever reason. And they were mutual in the sense that we both are governed by the same timeline. So, but you all had a chance to review it. I don't know if anybody has any discussion, and then we'll certainly open it up to public comment.
I had 2 quick questions.
Yes.
How long are the extensions?
We did 6-month extensions but they could be terminated earlier. So for example, if we got to the end of 6 months and you know, we wanted to extend another 3 months, or Courtney brought up the hypothetical where we're into an extension, but he's got another job opportunity, and we've selected somebody else that maybe could stay, you know, 3, 4, 5 weeks into the extension.
Excellent, okay, and then the salary $225, correct?
Yes.
I did have one more, but can I also make comment?
Yeah, please.
I mean, I think it's exemplary that Courtney's looking out for the airport in the way that he is, voluntarily taking, when he's right here when we're discussing this, a $300,000 salary and voluntarily taking $225. I wouldn't do that probably. I mean, I'd like to say I'm of high ethical character, but to do that just for the benefit of the airport, and for the team, and I think it shows a lot. And I'm grateful that Courtney's kept on. I've heard a lot of support for Courtney, and maybe not from everybody, but from most. And it seems like there's a lot of appreciation for the fact that he's taken on kind of stewardship of the airport through a pretty tumultuous time. So a lot of gratitude.
Any other comments on it?
I just carry on Mario. I agree. I mean, the stabilization factor, especially what this airport has been through in the last year and a half, I think we'd be foolish not to retain him as the interim for now until we complete our search and finish that business, because we would be right back where we were before. And it's admirable that he was willing to cut his salary. I give him kudos for that. But I think we need to move forward with what we're doing, and in the meantime, to retain Courtney until we finish our business.
Any other comments?
I mean, I agree. I think it's interesting, nobody asked the other board member that has been here from the start how he got to that salary that he did, and I will spare you all of that right now, because I think there was some misconstrued stories that got out there about how that happened. So I'm glad that Mr. Pittman has agreed to continue on with us while we seek to find that stability that we all seem to be looking for.
Right.
Can I also maybe make one suggestion, or maybe a point of comment? Maybe it's not something we add or consider, but is there any language, or could we consider any language, just making sure that we indemnify if I've read documents and assertions back and forth on past contractual. I want to make it clear that, we don't have any liability going back for some agreement or implied or assumed agreement in the past. Is that something that could be included within this?
Well, so this actual contract, we did discuss this, will be effective as of tomorrow morning. So this is from tomorrow morning moving forward. So we're not discussing anything in the past in this particular contract.
Fair enough. Well, then I make a motion that we need public comment, I guess.
Oh, yeah, public comment.
Chair,
Oh, yeah, please.
If I may?
Yeah, Courtney.
I've given the contract to my attorney, and even though I still would like to keep my salary at $225, I would like to table this to the next meeting if possible, to give my attorney some time to review. Like I said, I'm still wanting to keep the salary at $225. You know what I'm saying? If that pleases the board, if the board agrees with that. But I just need a little longer, because like I said, this is a significant move for me and my family. And I would just like just a little more time, because like I said, we got it last week and didn't have a lot of time to look at all line items. But again, keeping the salary down, dropping the salary down to $225 is my only ask.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Would we be able to still approve this on our end and just give him extra time to do that without having to wait until our next meeting? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
You just
if
wouldn't
we
allow
approve it as is and then he chooses to sign it, would that be acceptable? And if he chooses not to, then we revisit it, just so that we can kind of keep
Through
moving.
the chair, in an ideal world, we would have a final form contract that would be approved at a board meeting. We've already, the board's already authorized through the chair to enter into negotiations. So it would probably be best if Mr. Pittman would like the extension of time. It'd be council's recommendation to have a final agreement in a format and form and substance that Mr. Pittman is in agreement with, that can be brought to the full board for final review and approval. I wouldn't want to say we approve this agreement, but if he wants changes, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
I think that would muddy the record a little bit.
Okay.
That would be my counsel.
So I'm going to ask this question then. If we don't do this, and that means Courtney's being paid $300,000 for another month. His salary would be that rate for the next month, right?
You can't spare us the details anymore. But
So if I may, can we make a motion? Can you all make a motion to reduce my salary to $225? I want the salary at $225. because it's a significant impact to the airport and the things that we're trying to do going forward. So that part
Yeah.
is no issue for me. So if it pleases the board, I would like to, if it is okay, to make a motion to reduce my salary.
To have that effective now and then
Yes.
bring,
Okay, so yeah, why don't we, we'll entertain a motion to make his salary effective today, 225 annually.
So through the chair to the board, yes, you would move to approve Mr. Pittman's salary at $225. I would just ask for clarity that notwithstanding the offer of a contract, that his employment remains at will until the execution of the underlying agreement.
So
Okay,
I move that we reduce Courtney's salary from 300 down to 225,000 as an at-will employee, and also inclusive of the reimbursements up to the 5,000. However, that is prorated over the next time until such agreement is reached.
Okay, okay, hold on. Well, there's a motion, but before we get a second on that, I think you're conflating that 5,000 is if he enters into the contract. I think all we're discussing now is at-will employee dropping his salary down. I don't think we should be saying drop the salary down to 225 and give him an extra 5K to spend over the next 30 days if he's not gonna enter into an employment contract.
So you're asking for an amendment to the motion, and
That would just be, yeah, I mean, the
So
part of,
before I amend, Courtney, are you amenable to removing that portion? Then,
Through the chair, absolutely.
okay, then striking the reimbursement portion,
Okay.
strictly the 225,000 as an at-will employee.
okay, do we have a second?
We're only looking at a month here, so it's not that big of a deal.
So we don't need a
I'll
second.
second.
All right, we've got a motion properly seconded. We'll open it up to public comment.
My comment was not on that. It's not on what you're just discussing now. I actually had combined the description of what the requirements were for an executive director separately from the search itself. And
Okay, yeah,
so you're not there.
we're not there yet.
No.
Any comment on the salary change only? This isn't even on a contract, this is on a 30-day reduction of the salary. Any public comment on that? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion properly seconded. Any other further discussion or debate on it? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, back on to then the employment contract as is. That will, I guess, be postponed now to enter into that until the December meeting.
May we speak on that now?
No, because it's being postponed, so there's no action item on the interim contract.
Then I would like to spoke on the other, because we had public comment opened up for that for the contract.
It was opened up to reduce his salary for 30 days, but we're not voting on the interim executive director employment contract, so there's no public comment to be had on that, because that needs to be postponed. So that Mr. Pittman and his lawyer can review the contract. We'll have to bring it back up at the December meeting. That's when there will be public comment on the actual contract at that point.
If I may.
Let's move on, because there is no action item on the employment contract.
Well-
It's postponed. Courtney needs to talk to his lawyer. So let's then go into the executive director search, which is,
Well,
that-
to be fair, it is on the agenda, though. We didn't table it or move to table it, and even if it is inherently unvoted, I mean,
council is advised that we wait until Mr. Pittman's lawyers can confirm that he can sign the contract before we vote on it. So what I would ask is, if you have any further questions on the contract itself, proposed changes, that you bring them to general counsel. If you need any additional changes in it, we will then bring this up at the December. There's no real need to discuss it, because Mr. Pittman's got a final draft version that he needs to review with his attorney before we can do anything. So I'm gonna postpone this agenda item until the December meeting, and we'll move into agenda item number 5, which is the executive director search. Jerry, I believe, were you handling this one?
I am, absolutely.
So- sorry.
I'm
Excuse me,
willing-
Chair.
Jerry,
I apologize. Excuse me, Chair. I don't think y'all made the motion and voted on the salary.
We did.
We did.
I'm
We
sorry.
did.
Yep, we did.
I apologize.
All right, so on agenda item number 5.
I think all the board members had the read ahead on the executive director search. I'm just gonna give you a quick update. Since there was no state contract with any search engine that's out there, or, we have to do an RFP for a search, organization that can help with the search. So, as everyone knows, the position has been filled on an interim basis, which we've been discussing, and which has provided the stability while we develop a plan for the permanent appointment. Over the past several weeks, Linda Santiago and I have worked closely. I think I've been up here about, 10 times now? And with our legal counsel, Mr. Kemp and I, we had a meeting on Friday, and preparing the request for the proposal or the RP to engage an executive search firm with aviation and public sector experience. We've also finalized an updated job description that better reflects the leadership qualities and operational expertise the board is seeking in our next executive director. Someone who can continue driving the growth and community engagement and compliance. The board has received both the draft RFP and the revised job description for review and discussion today. The goal is to approve these materials so we can move forward with the formal recruitment process. Once approved, I'll coordinate with staff and council to release the RFQ somewhere around November 11th. So here are the dates that we came up with. For the RFP being issued is 11/12/25. The deadline for questions will be the 26th of November 25. Response to questions will be December the 3rd of 25. And then the proposal due date will be on January the 14th of 26. A short list notification will be sent out for the 9th of February 26. And then oral presentations or interviews, if we hold those, will be 9th of March. And then notice of intent to award to the firm that we're going to use will be 9th of March as well. And then the board approval or contract execution will be on the 9th, which is actually the board meeting for March. And then the anticipated start date will be the 10th. We worked, Linda and I have worked with Mr. Kemp on this, and those are the dates we came up. We know that having the holidays that are here, that doesn't stop the process, so we've kind of narrowed it down in between. I think it's very important to get started as soon as possible, because we're still gonna have to go through the search for the interim director. This is just for the search firm now. So I think it's very important that we stick to these dates, get this thing going, and get us on the right track here. So, any questions? Mario, no questions?
No, great job.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
So I think these steps are keeps us the process transparent, competitive, and consistent with our succession plans, and it positions the authority to identify the right long-term leader to guide continued progress here at the airport. And that's all I got for you, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the draft RFQ and job description to initiate the process of selecting a search firm?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion properly second. We'll open it up for public comment.
Okay, interestingly enough, I just have some little stories to tell about, we tried twice before to hire an executive director, and both were failures with significant fees and costs. The contract proposed for a search firm that you had in your attachments, I found really overwhelming, shall we say. The finalists we came up with the last two times were such a effort. When I got home, I checked one guy's current airport where he was. There was just one building that looked like a cardboard box with a minimal runway and taxiways. There's another one, his highlight of being here for a finals was getting Patty Wagstaff's signature. And then another one, his biggest success, where he was asked, what is your biggest success? Well, the flyover by the Blue Angels, which of course he was not responsible to make happen. And another guy showed up in a polyester leisure suit. What kind of message does that give to operations staff? And then obviously the RFQ means that a lot of time will be involved in a board member. I guess it's Jerry will be overseeing it when you need to come up. My other comments have been on the actual qualifications for an executive director. I had some comments that I read that I felt were not relevant or needed to be relevant. But I guess that's over with. So we're not going to do that till the next time. But it's obvious that Mr. Pittman has now been authorized with overseeing a whole lot of things, or will be at the end of today. And I also wanted to say that Mr. Pittman should be left in place until the board really has a good handle on what's expected and what is successful and what's not.
Hello again, Jan Brewer. I would like to request that as a part of the RFQ, you include actually a component where the individual that would do contract to actually seek an executive director would also include an analysis of other likewise airports, same size, same type of business. When I'm looking at the requirements here, it doesn't seem that some of the airports that have similar salaries that we may be offering, they're a lot larger than we are. This seems that this could be a component that we would add into our analysis on the executive director. What do other airports of our similar size, similar operations, what do they offer their executive directors? And just for perspective, and you can verify this in the June 3rd, 2025 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, the county administrator here for all of St. Johns County makes $285,000. Now that administrator is in charge of the courts, property appraiser, sheriff's department, fire, utilities, planning and zoning, parks and recreation, beaches, growth management. Those duties far exceed any of the duties here. So it seems to me that we need to get a perspective on what other airports actually offer their executive directors, and so we can be in similar conformance with that. And actually, reducing the salary to $225 at this time, I'm not that impressed, because we don't have any analysis yet to see what other like-kind airports do. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Another gentleman, and you've already spoke on this item.
I got it, Sasha. Thank you for entertaining me again. I'm sitting there in the crowd after being president of my corporation for 35 years, and I'm thinking, here he is. This guy gave you back $75,000, and there was a brief quabble over whether or not you were going to give him $5 back off the $75 he just gave you. Now, maybe a condition of his remaining here as an at-will employee was that he had to take that cut, but it seems like he voluntarily offered it. Still trying to figure that one out. He's right here. We talked to this gentleman, gave a great presentation about the audit, which he was a part of, and said that he worked with them during turmoil, found the necessary answers to the questions. We talk about stability moving forward and how we're gonna move this airport. And all I hear is that by March of next year, we will have picked the firm that will go look for the next interim director. He's right here. Get rid of the interim and let him work, and if he doesn't do a good job, fire him, cancel his contract. Then go look. The last time we spent money, we spent $80,000 and got 2 candidates, both showed up. When they got here, they said, yeah, no, not interested. But we spent $80,000 with the search firm. How many thousands of dollars are we gonna spend now to find somebody who's already here? Who everybody seems to get along with, even when he tells me no, it's for the right reason. And when he tells you yes, it's because it's in compliance. He's moved this airport exponentially forward over the last year and a half compared to the previous people that were in the job for 27 years. He's right here. You don't need a search engine to find somebody to replace him. He's right here. Thank you.
Any other public comment? I'm sorry, ma'am, you used your time already on this agenda item,
Who
so.
actually send the job, it's the job description that I had a problem with.
Okay, you can send any of your comments to Jerry, since he's the board liaison on this. All right, any other discussion from the board? We do have a motion on it, so yeah.
Just a clarification, it said, you know, it's approving the draft RFQ and job description for publication, which was the option 1. But just to clarify, I guess I should have clarified maybe earlier.
We can change the job description over time. We've got until March to, if we get any other valuable comments and we want to change it. I can tell you, just for everybody's awareness on this, I do know that I had input on the executive director job after doing an extensive search of similar airports, similar size, that offered both general aviation and also commercial, plus had military defense contractors of similar budgets. There will be a larger discussion on the salary. And I don't mind telling everybody here where my thoughts were, because you could ask for a public record to Linda on what I said. And my belief is that the salary on the high end should be $225 if we have the absolute most incredible person that has a world of experience with economic development at airports. And I'm also going to be pushing for performance bonuses. So if they hit certain metrics, that they could get even more than $225. But on the low end, $175,000 I think is there. So as just one board member, I would be pushing for $175 to $225 salary, depending on qualifications and experience, with a performance bonus built in, just so you know exactly where I'm at on things.
The comment that I was making wasn't on the job description. Mine was just on the scoring criteria. I assume we would serve as the review committee or selection committee.
Yep.
And then, I mean, we have good, knowledge, skills, and abilities. Would we basically be giving our score altogether, or would there be some sort of a scoring rubric, so to speak? And I'm okay with either. I'm just asking for clarification.
Yep. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chair.
I was gonna say, typically you would have a scoring rubric where the different areas on the RFQ would be broken into separate scores, so that each of them get the appropriate weight. But
So through the chair, 7.2 of the RFQ does include the scoring rubrics, which
Oh, yeah.
is
No,
that's
I'm
just
sorry.
a general scoring rubrics that I've used in the past for something like this. That's not to say the board can't change the weighted allocations. So.
you good?
Yeah, and sorry. And,
No,
well, I do have.
you didn't put it in
question, but-
ChatGPT. That's why you didn't ask it for the score. I'm just kidding. You're good. All right. Any other comments on the? We do have a motion properly seconded, and we had public comment. So hearing no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay. Now on to the fun stuff. The actual hard infrastructure. All right. Number 6 on the board is the fuel farm self-service design and bidding. Courtney, this is you.
Yes, sir. All right, so this was something that was presented to the board back in 2024, and there was already a signed resolution. Also, the board voted to support this project at the last board meeting. And so this is the initial bid and design phase of the said project, just moving it forward. Just to give you a little background, and which you'll see in the briefing document, that this is a 80-20. The total funding cost of this project will be $562,000. I'm sorry, $562,500. The FDOT contribution will be $450,000. Our contribution will be up to $112,500. The purpose of this, as we've discussed in the past, and it was a huge item during the budget, was the self-serve fuel pits. It's been an issue for the tenants, and it's an issue for us as well as staff. And so wanting to move forward with fixing it. We're still having discussions, and I talked to Cero today, and it doesn't have to be a total where one tank isn't working while the no tanks are working. So we don't see any variable when tenants aren't able to get any fuel. We could amend the project to where the tank that is completely out, we replace that tank to get it up to standard, then move on to the tank that is currently barely operational. And so that way tenants don't see a period of time where they're not able to see fuel from the self-serve.
Right. Thank you. Any questions to Courtney on this, the fuel farm design and bid?
Our approval of this, I really don't like the idea of eliminating both to have one. I would think that, hey, we make money on fuel. Something that sets us apart could be we save people time. I want to make sure there's 2 fueling positions. Can this, us approving this, will this allow us to go forward and potentially have maybe one that's not so great, but at least a new one that is? So we have 2 operational.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to approve, or to approve proceeding with the design bid phase for the fuel farm improvements of the PTGA?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion properly seconded. We'll open this up for public comment. Seeing none, any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Right, moving on to agenda item number 7, Hawkeye View Lane design and bid phase. Courtney, I believe this is yours as well.
Absolutely. So again, Hawkeye View Lane was something that was approved by the board at the last board meeting. It goes hand in hand with the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund. This is to do the realignment of the road a part of the east side development. This will extend our footprint further east of the airport, allow us to do the projects that we have planned in east side development in parcel A and B. And this is a critical infrastructure project that the board already voted on and approved. So this, again, just like the fuel farm, is the next step in that process. It's going forward with the design and bid phase, initial design and bid phase. Just to recap, the total project is $5 million total. The FDOT share will be $4 million over the course of 2 years. Our contribution will be up to $1 million for the funding of the project. The reason why I said this goes hand in hand with the Job Growth Grant Fund, because the Job Growth Grant Fund would bring in key infrastructure. Said infrastructure will be in the form of utilities, with the water, sewer, and the piping. And so this moves forward with our vision of progressing in the east side of the airport.
Okay. Any questions for Courtney on this?
You know it. I always do, but okay. So I had emailed some questions, and Courtney got back with me today. And study activity fees cannot exceed $500,000 per CCNA, which I assume when you say study activity fees also means design, correct?
Correct.
Do we have a commitment from past? Like I see estimate of 400,000, but I guess I want to make sure that we're not on the hook for unforeseens that push us over some sort of liability threshold.
Absolutely, and I'll, through the chair, if I may. Absolutely, and I brought 2 individuals from Pacero here. I also sent you their agreement. They are our consultants. They've worked with us on several projects, and there is stipulation in that said agreement that states that they can't go over. right? And so what they are doing, they've been instrumental in this project and also the Job Growth Grant Fund, moving these things, getting this process done. And then they'll be a part of the bidding, setting us up for the bidding process to ensure that there's proper procurement accomplished.
Bidding for construction.
That is correct.
Okay, and I have one more question, also on the CCNA. I understand the attorneys, and I don't know which ones, maybe general counsel, need to sign off that it's been done appropriately. And I would say that my approval would be contingent on ensuring that we have that commitment.
Through the chair, if I may. So this is not this CCNA. So the CCNA in question are projects that were done in the past, i.e. the fence, things like that. The reason being, one, they weren't here. So it's kind of hard to say a process was done correctly when you weren't here to witness it. And then to be frank with you, none of us was here with the exception of Mr. Roberts and Mr. Cash Chapman. So it's hard for me to say to them, yeah, everything was done properly from my word. So like I said,
Let's focus on
projects.
this one.
So this one, there's not a CCNA for this at this time. Because what you do is, after the process is completed, they validate that everything was done correct with the proper procurement channels. We haven't gotten to that portion of the project yet.
Well, can we get confirmation that we are approved to use Passero for this effort?
Through the chair to the board member, we weren't here at the time. I'm not sure, and maybe, I don't know if Mr. Pittman or the Passero folks know. I don't know, nor do we have any records that reflect if there was a public procurement process for this project. However, that does not mean that you can't approve going forward with this project, and in connection with that issue an RFP, RFQ. It very well could be that that they are the logical choice. This firm is the logical choice given the work that's been done. But I cannot sit here and tell you that procurement has occurred accordingly.
So what I'm hearing is later on down the road, you're not going to be willing to sign a CCNA for this anyway.
Correct.
So that doesn't seem right.
Well, I mean, I would ask, we've got the Passero here, so let them help us out.
Pastor Associates.
I'm Brad Winty with Passero, so we just thought we'd come.
So the CCNA form that Courtney's referring to, every FDOT aviation public transportation grant agreement, there's a CCNA form that's like part of their checklist.
Mm-hmm.
So what was requested to be signed are previous projects, not the Hawkeye roadway, but other projects where those CCNA forms were never signed.
Mm-hmm.
As it relates to this project, so the reason that Courtney's saying, like, we haven't got to the CCNA form yet. So the CCNA form doesn't really apply until there's a contract that's executed. In this case, it's for the specific roadway Hawkeye View project, which is up for approval tonight. The continuing services contract that I guess you guys are questioning whether that was done properly or not, that happened in 2023. That's when, basically the FAA state has procedures that have to be followed. We weren't privy to every single thing that happened, but there was a solicitation and RFQ for that. We submitted, 3 firms were hired. Michael Baker, one of their, Tom Schilling's here from Michael Baker tonight. I believe Pond has a contract executed. So that all happened in 2023. I know there's, if you go and look on the meeting minutes, there's discussion from a handful of different, Michelle can probably remember some of this as well. Chad remembers some of it. I don't know what else to say about that, but yeah, as far as we know, everything was done properly. We have a contract. If you actually look at the RFQ for the continuing services contract, it has in the back attached the capital improvement program, and the top, so it has all the projects from FDOT's JSIP system. The top project is the Hawkeye project, so it's specifically listed. If there's any question on that part of it.
Well, frankly, I don't need to be convinced. I just need to make sure that our attorneys will go back through and do diligence to look at the RFQ and come to that same conclusion so that we can have complete paperwork for the proper FDOT reimbursements. Otherwise, it's a liability for us.
So if I may, through the chair, no doubt that the RFQ, it sounds like an RFQ was out there. We went back through the meeting minutes And we've actually reached out to not one, but both prior general counsels who were not comfortable affirming that the process was done correctly. As such, as counsel to the authority, we are not in a position to affirmatively state. Now, if the board would like to pull up that RFQ and ratify that it was done based on the information we're able to pull back, that is within the board's discretion. But as counsel to the authority, we have not been able to independently verify whether or not Florida procurement law was undertaken correctly.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have do one of us have the authority to sign such thing if the board votes to approve it?
Through the
No.
chair, I don't believe so.
No, I mean, I've signed them before. Yeah, you're gonna have to have a legal review. So, but I think what I'm hearing is you would be comfortable if we can re-ratify the original solicitation and entering into the contract.
Through the chair, and I think Mr. Pittman and Mr. Roberts can back me up on this, the records are such that we can pull together what we have. But as counsel, we would not be willing to give an opinion one way or another, whether it complied or did not comply with the process. However, we can pull the records together for the board to look at and either ratify, in which case I would then be willing and able to sign it, or not.
Okay.
But I caution the board, these are public procurement laws, and the board is responsible for compliance, strictly liable for compliance with public procurement laws. So I just caution the board.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there was no protests on whether or not it was.
Not that we've been able to find,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And we've looked.
It's okay. I feel like we would know, we would know if there was a protest or a big challenge to the way that it was procured. So, and I'm sure, there's a reputation of an engineer firm on the line as well that wouldn't necessarily be doing work if they felt like there was something there. So, did you have more questions?
What would our alternative options be?
We'd have to go
Like-
redo everything,
Well,
which is gonna be another 5 to 6 months of going back through a procurement.
well, I mean, DOT's procurement, they have a commitment that they're graded on it being 3 months or less. So, I mean, I think we
Through
could.
the chair, may I ask for a quick recess to talk with these gentlemen for 2 minutes? I have an idea, but I'd
Yeah,
love to chat with them for 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's take a recess
Could I
until.
grab Mr. Pittman as well?
Yeah, let's take a recess till 5:45. That gives you a little bit more than 2 minutes.
Sorry.
Make sure it looked good.
Nice.
It's nice.
They cared about hair a lot. Not in the Marine Corps, but that's all right.
All right, it is 5:45. We're going to return from our brief recess. There's been some developments here.
Thank you, sir.
My understanding is, Pacero, you have a or you have a current state bid contract that could be piggybacked as on top of the fact that we've did the RFQ for your contract with the authority. Is that correct, Council?
That's correct.
So taking into account that they've gone through a state bid contract with another government agency in Florida that we could piggyback on, plus the RFQ, is that enough that you would feel confident signing that the CCNA compliance?
Now that's on the record through the chair, yes.
Okay.
Happy to sign the CCNA accord.
All right. Mario, are you?
I've got one more then.
Okay.
Through the chair to Pacero, or if that's how it has to. The fees obviously are different and dependent on the contract. Are we still clear of the 500,000 and in safe territory?
So Michael Baker Password, it's our understanding that the Florida statute, the way that that's written, it refers for design threshold, that it's actually that estimated construction value, which is 7.75 million, and that the 500,000 that's referenced is for other studies. Is that the question? Like, what are the thresholds?
Well, my understanding was the 500,000 was a cap on design, and is that?
I'm not an attorney. I'm not.
Well, I just want to make sure. Like, my initial question to Courtney when presented with this was that, hey, Courtney, what is the max cap? For instance, our engineering company works on district-wide contracts where I believe the design fee is capped at $200,000 or $300,000. I was wanting to make sure that we're safely under the limitations, so we don't put ourselves at risk.
We are under the limitations and we are not at risk.
All right. Thank you. All right. I don't believe that we had a motion on this. Do we have a motion to approve the design bidding phase as provided in the board packet?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any public comment? Seeing none, any other further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Now to agenda item number 8. This is the environmental assessment NEPA clearance. Courtney?
Yes, and if I may, Chair, address the public briefly.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, you mentioned that number 8 wasn't in the agenda packet. One, I want to apologize. Back to the chair. If there was anything that was not in the agenda packet, this would be the best one not to be in the agenda packet, because it doesn't cost us a dime. The environmental assessment is going to be covered through the FDOT. The FAA came up this year. We went to Orlando just last week to talk to the FAA about our grants. And so they came out this year and said, how you doing, FDOT, back there? They came out to say that we needed to do an environmental assessment for the east side. So it kind of threw us back because we didn't have a grant for the environmental assessment. And so we talked to FDOT, and FDOT kindly stepped up and provided us with the financing to be able, the funding to be able to do said project. So the environmental assessment will be captured in the Hawkeye View Lane, and so it'll be 100% taken care of, and it won't cost the airport authority a dime.
All right. Any questions for Courtney on this? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve to proceed with the environmental assessment?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Any public comment? Seeing none, any other discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. And on to agenda item number 9, the utilities and stormwater design. Courtney, is this, you're going to present this as well?
I got my water. All right, so Mr. Chair, this is the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund. And so this is a part of the utilities that's going to the east side connecting to the south side GA. What we had in the past was a problem with the water pressure in the south GA. So fortunately this year we were awarded through a lot of work the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund to fund this. Michael Baker, they will be the ones doing the utilities. This is a structured project. You have the first year of it until September, the end of September is the design phase of the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund. Then October 1st comes the construction part. So this is just to approve Michael Baker to move forward with, like I said, the project. Keeping it, because the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund utilities portion goes hand in hand with the Hawkeye View land.
Right, thank you. Any questions for Courtney on this? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve or authorize the design phase initiation?
Similar question. Do we have to go through the statewide? Are we gonna have problems with the CCNA? Like, I wanna make sure we're good moving forward with no complications.
Through the chair, we were not asked to look at this one, so I'm not sure who's doing the work.
So this is Michael Baker, I believe, that's doing the work.
And so I think Mr. Baker has something for the record.
I'm not Michael Baker.
I'm sorry.
I'm Tom Schilling.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
I wish I was. No, we were selected during the same process as Passero. We work through for airports all over the state. We have plenty of vehicles to piggyback on if that's what's necessary to perform the work.
Given that there are other piggyback contracts and this prior RFQ, would you have any issues certifying CCNA compliance?
Now that it's on the record, no, through the chair, we'll certify.
Okay, all right, you good?
As long as they'll certify, I'm good.
All right, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion to authorize the design phase initiation as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, we are out of old/unfinished business. Let's move on to new business. The first is the Rivkin lease extension. I know that everybody was provided materials on this, but Courtney, if you wanted to give a short presentation just on what we're looking at.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Chair, with the Rivkin lease, that would have been negotiated during what I call the dead period, where we didn't have board members. I would have presented to you all to determine whether or not you wanted to do an RFQ or you wanted to give Mr. Rivkin an extension on his lease. Due to the fact that lease ends in December, I think it would be prudent for us, and he is a good tenant, he pays his rent on time, to, and more than just that, to extend his lease for a year to give you all time to make a more informed decision going forward, whether or not you extend. I know Mr. Rivkin wants to stay there for an extended period of time. I'm asking that we do it for a minimum of a year to give you all time to determine whether or not you want to do an RFQ to advertise it, he can bid on it himself as well, so it's not a closed process. But like I said, giving that time to be able to make said decision, not under the clock or have to kick him out, if you will, within basically in a month's time.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Courtney?
I got one, Mr. Chairman. How many employees does he have?
I don't know off the top of my head, but not many.
But he provides jobs for people.
Yes,
And he's paying his rent on time.
absolutely.
And there's no other issues with him. So it provides stability. We don't have to worry about finding a new tenant for that hangar for the next year.
That's correct.
I think that's a no-win situation, or a win situation.
Any other?
Only the risk side. Are there any other tenants or potential tenants that would feel like there's unfair treatment or unequal treatment or any sort of other FAA sort of issues?
Compliance-wise, we are within standards. When it comes to large hangars like that is up to your all's discretion. T hangars, the executive director's decision, and each one is specific. So you all can extend if you would like. You all can do RFQ if you would like. The whole process is up to you, and I think the aviation attorney confirmed what I'm saying.
Yeah, concur. It's, once per decade, it's healthy to take a look for highest and best use, and it balances the business expectations of the tenant with our obligation to have a highest and best use. So there are many more potential users of that facility than there are facilities. So this just gives you some breathing room to have that evaluation in a more deliberative way. and keep Mr. Rifkin stable as well. He's a really great airport citizen.
All right, so I tend to agree. I think, you know, giving it at least a year, and then potentially, you know, going out and seeing what the market looks like. We could, you know, let's just not even decide on what we would do at that point, but at least for the year. So with that, would entertain a motion to approve a one-year lease extension with Rivkin under the existing terms, and authorize Courtney to execute all documents related to that.
I'll make a motion to extend his lease.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any public comment? I assume nobody is here, Mr. Rivkin or a representative for him? No? Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll carry this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is approved. All right, the next one is the St. Augustine Student Maintenance Training Program Grant. Courtney, if you want to just give us a quick presentation on this.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The St. Augustine Student Maintenance Training Program Grant was awarded to us through the state. We got it along with the name change of last year. And it came to us during the summer of this year. It's for $250,000 to start the conversations of bringing a school to St. Augustine Airport, a maintenance school. So, and this money would be able to provide us with the aircraft if we wanted to buy an aircraft, the computers, the screens, the whatever tools that students would need, and even the rent for if we were to put it in the hangar. So what I'm asking the board for today is to give me permission to move forward with having the talks with this program, because I want to hammer out all the details before we agree to move forward with this, because then we're obligated to have some deliverables. So even though it's good to have this opportunity with $250,000, I need more details, so I'm asking permission from the board to work this grant and then come back to the board at a later date with more details.
So the recommendation would be to defer a decision on approving the participation to get more clarification and understanding from the other partners. Does anybody have any comments or thoughts on that?
Is this the grant that Kim Gulfers?
Yes,
That's one where she worked on?
yes.
Okay. And where would we house this?
That's what we gotta work out, because if we do it in a T hangar, which would be the easiest, now you're doing a non-aeronautical, right? And so that's why I wanna take some time to find a location for the place, and so it'd be sustainable, because we do have a waiting list, so I can't just throw them in a T hangar right now. And so I wanna take some time to figure out what all the requirements are for those deliverables before we accept the fund.
Okay. Does anybody else have any?
Just clarifying, because I heard you clarify and say defer a decision, I think. But I think that if I'm reading the staff recommendation correctly, we want to approve authorization to work with FDOT to secure and administer. Are those the same?
No, sorry, I think they're different, because when you accept the money, you've now started the clock to use the money, and we don't even know, how we're gonna use it, what are our carrying costs. So
Right.
what I had mentioned to, this is a, you know, people will understand this phrase, but like, all money isn't free money. So it sounds great, we're getting $250,000, but what is the actual total cost to the airport going to be year 1, year 3, year 5, year 10? From what I understand from Courtney is we don't actually have curriculum, we don't have a financial guarantee from St. Augustine High School or the St. Johns County School Board on how to do this. We don't have any confirmation from Embry-Riddle on if they're gonna participate in financially what. So before we tell Department of Education, yes, give us the $250,000, we need to actually run due diligence to see what the hit is gonna be to the airport. Do we have the other partners involved? So I think it's option 2 is completely defer, not saying that we're not going to sign eventually, but defer until we know. Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, please.
One more question. We just turned new fiscal year. Is this still available?
Absolutely it is.
Okay. I mean, because a lot of times, when that new fiscal year rolls around, if you didn't take it and spend it, it's not there anymore.
No, we still got it for about 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, most of these state grants, they give you a pretty clear window to do it all, which is why I think it's okay to go slow.
I'm used to dealing with the federal ones, sir.
Yeah, no, hey, yeah.
I think Mr. Jensen out there will agree with me on that.
All right, so I guess if we're gonna defer the decision, we don't actually have to take any board action. We could just postpone taking any further action until the next board meeting to get another update from Mr. Pittman. So there's no, if you want to provide a quick comment, but.
Well, I was just gonna say, if we're applying for a grant, shouldn't we mention, that there's a readily available partnership with the St. Augustine High School Aerospace Academy, and they're already building airplanes, and they have tools. And obviously, it's a very worthwhile.
I think we agree with you, that's worthwhile, just, we need to see what the expectations are, who's gonna participate, what the finances are, and all of that.
Also, what the restrictions are gonna be on our airport staff, because it's gonna take some of their time.
Yeah, that's a great point, so, yeah, please, if you wanna.
Real quickly, I taught at St. Augustine High for 30 years, and there's a lot of risk management deals where they won't let the kids. Warren McCrary was an instrument. You might have known Warren, and we took fuselages over there. They wouldn't let the kids drill rivets. So
yeah.
I don't know how that's going to be addressed, but I mean, I'd love to see it happen. I think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I think these are questions that like we need to have answers to as well. It's $250,000 is great, but you know, what are the long terms, you know, on us, and you know, are they gonna ask Courtney to teach Mario, maybe we would do some like engineering or aviation or something. Yeah, so.
Reed Deputy, 1089 Santa Cruz Street, St. Augustine. Just wanted to find out, for the $250,000, is that mandated? It has to be inside the fence, or can the funds be used inside the community, outside the fence?
Okay, so if you look at the email I got from them, it's in the agenda. It's very vague, right? So that's why I said I wanted the permission. One, I want to put it on the, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
please,
Chair.
please go ahead.
I wanted to put it on the record that we were working this. And they just sent me an email and said, hey, you've been awarded a grant, start working this grant, right? And before I took any steps, I wanted to bring it to the public, bring it before the board, because the problem, I don't know. And so before I take this money, and then now we are obligated, and there's some contingencies and deliverables, I need to know. So I can either say, yes, we can do this, from our standpoint, to present it to the board to give us approval, or no, we can't do this. We just don't have the capacity at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can we kick that can down the road
Yeah.
on the agenda?
Yeah, I think.
And give him a couple months to work this before he brings it back before us.
Yeah.
I think 30 days is not nearly enough time for him to explore the options.
Yeah, we'll leave it to Courtney's discretion on when the appropriate time to bring it back up, but we'll temporarily postpone this particular one.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so moving to agenda item.
Do we need to make a motion for option 2?
No, because to just postpone it?
Yeah.
No, we don't need no action. No. All right, the next is number 12, the adoption of an updated T-hanger use agreement. Courtney, if you'd like to present this.
Absolutely, but I would like to make a recommendation to the chair. Due to the depth of it, one, we wanted to get this on the table because it's been something we in the tenants have complained and board members have complained about was the policy. But to give, this is gonna be a job that I think should be recommended and relegated to the workshop.
Okay.
To give you all time, and there's some presentations that I would like to do, some information I would like to share. We just finished up our compliance audit, and I think this requires a few hours discussion. I don't want to rush this because I would like the opportunity for us to get it right.
Okay,
As best we can.
so we will postpone this. We'll also, Linda, can you place T-hanger use policy as a workshop agenda item as well? All right, moving to item number 13. This is the appeal of the interim executive director's decision. I believe, Mr. Roberts, you're going to be presenting first.
I will, if I could.
Yep, please.
And Courtney, there's a PowerPoint. So, thank you, folks. As it comes up, we offered the appellant whether they wanted to go first or go after us, and
so, the hour's late, we're gonna go rapidly through this. This is a big deal. You can start a slideshow.
You have 42 slides on this?
You're just really alarmed by that.
Happy anniversary, Jerry.
I'm trying, Jerry.
Yeah, right. All right, so this is how the issue was presented. An advertisement on Facebook for basically a flight school operating out of our T-hangars. This photograph up here is T-hanger E4. This shows the aircraft that are available for rental. This is the aircraft available for flight instruction. You can go real fast. That's just a close-up of that. There's also an aircraft that's a Lance that was available that's also been an E-10. So if we could go I wanted to give not so much just the factual background, but briefly to co-opt a prior presentation, because this compliance enforcement action is literally what makes us a public use airport. If you could go next. There are two competing rules that we have to comply with. One is, the golden rule number one is, every existing commercial user on our airport has to be treated the same and equally. The other golden rule is, we have to carve out a spot for non-commercial users of this airport. They pay taxes, they're entitled to use it, and the FAA makes us set aside a part. Next. Mr. Pittman, not always appreciated for this, but he is the economic czar of the airport. He has great discretion, as you do, to manage a balanced public use profile. Next. The FAA, when they send us money, more fundamentally, when they gave us the airport, it's in our deed of conveyance, we contractually agreed to operate this, magic words, term of art, public use airport with all the strings that are attached. Mr. Pittman has to sign that. He is responsible for knowing what grant assurance requirements mean, what his obligations mean to the United States taxpayers, and he cannot avert his eyes from that. Next. I have to sign it too. We both professionally, and in Mr. Pittman's case, statutorily agree that we will comply with the requirements of the public use airport. Next. And then what follows are grant assurances. Don't need to go through them. There are 39 of them. There are ones that are applicable are 23 and 24 for tonight. But those are the, the 10 commandments for our airport. Next. So just quickly, how we do make sure everybody's treated equally. Next. No special deals. We have 4 flight schools here. They meet minimum operating standards, and they report to us, and they have operating authority. They all have to be treated equally and carry all the obligations of a minimum operating agreement. The FAA has extensive guidance on this. It requires us to publish what are called minimum operating standards. Next. It is a privilege to come use a taxpayer airport. It's not a right. It is a privilege to come use the taxpayers' money to make a living here. The obligation comes with airport citizenship and an obligation to follow the rules. Next, this is more treat everybody the same. Next. Once you publish your minimum operating standards, you enforce them uniformly, equally, impartially, doesn't matter who they are or who they know or whatever. Next. Next, we can skip this. We can skip this. We can skip this. This is where we publish our minimum operating standards. We've had minimum operating standards as long as I can ever remember, and being associated with the airport, not just for 3 years, of being associated with the airport for literally decades. It is Chapter 9 of our lease policy where we publish the minimum operating standards. We have one for aircraft leasing and rental. We have one for flight training facilities. And these are the statutory insurance requirements that people doing that activity on our airport are required to do. Second golden rule that we have is how do we keep this airport available for private users? We have to do this. If left unchecked, not surprisingly, left unchecked, commercial users would migrate into every available facility here and begin using it for commercial purposes. And we would not have anywhere for a taxpayer who just owns an airplane to be able to keep their airplane at a hangared airport. Next. Here's how we do it at our airport. These red circles are where the commercial activity takes place. North of Grumman, the east side, you can see we've got a lot of potential upside on the east side. And a little bit over here, adjacent to us, where Banyan and Florida Flyers has some activity in the hangars here. The yellow are the T hangars. You can imagine a yellow fence there, and we don't allow commercial operators to encroach into that yellow fence. Next. These are the T hangars. The ones with yellow circles are box hangars. There's an asterisk for box hangars. In the past, they've been used for both commercial and private use. But everything else this is how we maintain our public use profile and comply with our public use requirements to keep this airport accessible for it. Next. How do we keep this going? It's the language. How do we keep commercial people out of our T hangars? It's in our lease policy, it's in our T hanger lease terms, and it's in our minimum operating standards. Next. So these are our lease policies. It makes it clear. T hangars are off limits for commercial users. It's strictly non-commercial. Our lease requires this. No commercial activity shall be conducted utilizing the premises. And just point of precision here, doesn't say utilize, doesn't say conducted in the premises, no commercial activity utilizing the premises. And you gotta have the right airplane in the right hangar with the right lease. Next. I'll skip over this. Next. You can't play musical chairs with airplanes. Next. So this is the FAA telling us, one, we have to have a compliance program. We're required to be self-aware of what's going on in our hangars. And then C is important. C is really important. Sponsors should ensure that the length of time on a waiting list of those in need of a hangar for aircraft is minimized. When you have commercial use in the T hangars, those T hangars do not turn over. They don't have the typical life cycle of a person that owns a plane the way you would own a car, and we have normal life cycle of turnover. Our waiting list is incredibly stagnant. It dates back, we've just gone into 2019 for people on the waiting list, but another issue for another day of why that is. We know why that is, but it's for an issue for another day. Next. Mr. Pittman published FAQs about use of the T hangars on the website for everybody to know. It addresses why we have a strict prohibition against commercial use. It tells them there's a place for commercial users, and when commercial users come into the T hangars, it makes our waiting list stagnant. Next. So we get to what happened. This is about as direct as it can be. Next. Next. So these are the aircraft involved that reference that. Now this is the high performance aircraft. When a student learns in a basic aircraft, the gear are fixed, the propeller pitch is fixed, and the horsepower is under 200 horsepower. This is the other aircraft that was advertised. It's sometimes in E10. It's sometimes been in hangar E4. Next. And this is hangar E10, and one of the aircraft advertised is also in hangar E10. Next. Next. Now I'm going to stop here. And this is the provision of our lease that we're traveling under. We could go across the street, spend a lot of money, do what's called a bill of pure discovery. We could get subpoena power. We could come here with deposition transcripts. We could have a mini trial every time we needed to do this. There comes a point when you're satisfied, and the executive director is satisfied that there's activity that needs to be addressed. He calls it, and 30 days notice, it's just either party can say, we love you, but we just don't want to do business with you anymore, right? So recently, so this appeal started, there was a partial appeal, E4 has never been appealed, but there was an appeal, I think, back in May, April. We had the understanding that the commercial flight school training was going to stop altogether. In September, October, the airport authority came into information that it had continued. There were two flight instructors that had left one of our existing flight schools, took some clients with them, and were using these two hangars to conduct flight training. Mr. Pittman talked to the designated FAA examiner that confirmed, yep, I have a hangar here. I know where I did the student's check ride, pre-flight inspection, all those things. So, and Mr. Pittman also talked to some of the students and talked to two of the flight instructors. Once it became clear that that activity was still occurring, Mr. Pittman changed the locks on the hangars in October. Wisely, the second flight instructor called Mr. Pittman and asked permission before he was going to have his other student take a check ride there. Wisely for him. Yeah, he did that. Mr. Pittman denied that. So let me just finish up with the order of proof, because Mr. Zazik is represented by Jeff Ludwig, a good friend, excellent lawyer, and he's going to do a very good job of telling you why Mr. Zazik should continue to be here and do this activity. We don't have the resources to have a mini trial on this every time. And in the irony of ironies, some of the earlier enforcement compliance activity of Mr. Pittman actually allowed Mr. Zazik himself during this time period to float up and actually come up next on the waiting list. So Mr. Pittman gave him a third new T-hanger that he came up on the waiting list, Charlie 2. So Mr. Pittman's enforcement action is proportional. It addresses the hangars that are involved. If this activity migrates to Charlie 2, then
we'll be back here again.
We'll be back here again, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and the opportunity to do that. So we don't have the resources. You may hear argument that, we fly our students to Palatka, and we do a touch and go, and once we touch the earth, and the training starts, and then we do a touch and go at Palatka again, and the training stops, and we just take a sightseeing trip back to San Jose. We don't have the resources to do these lawyer fine points. We have obligations to protect the airport, that the people that are doing this have insurance, that they meet minimum standards. And so, for all of the other flight schools, on behalf of the 4 other flight schools that we have here that meet the operating standards, on behalf of all the other T-hanger users that are private individual users and followers, and on behalf of the airport authority itself, I request that you make a motion to give notice tomorrow for the 35 days to end the contracts for E4 and E10 on December 15th. That will give them 30 days notice. The standard for that, if they want to go across the street and file a claim about it in the courthouse, the standard is arbitrary and capricious. We're not doing it for arbitrary and capricious purposes. We don't agree with the interpretation they have about why they can continue to do this. So I think we're solid. And there's an attorney's fees provision in our lease agreement. And unless we have any questions, I'll knock it off under the hours late.
All right. I think we'll bring up the appellee to
Okay.
present, and then we might be able to open it up for questions from the board.
My name is Jeff Ludwig. I am an attorney. I've known Chad for years. We're both board-certified aviation attorneys. I've been coming down here on various matters before various and sundry boards for over 30 years, so I'm aware. But let me first say this. Thank the three of y'all for taking the governor's call to come in here and be board members. I think you all are, I looked at your resumes, I think you all are eminently qualified. You're running a great board meeting here. I've seen many occur here that have not run as smoothly and as efficiently, but thank you for that. It's a long day. Let me get to the kind of the meat and potatoes of this. My client, Mr. Zazak, has been a tenant here for many years. He has 2 hangars, the ones we're talking about, E4 and E10. And there was originally kind of a question, and I don't have the ability to put up a fact sheet or a PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to give you kind of what I call a fact sheet on this. So that's it's kind of the devil's in the details in this thing. And by the way, I agree with Mr. Roberts Primer on aviation law and the grant assurances and what airports are supposed to do and not do. I think he was right on the subject. So let me give you this fact sheet. And I think I have enough for Mr. Roberts. This will hopefully get us through. Sorry, I don't have what you. What's in question here? We have 2 leases. A lease for hangar 10 and a lease for E4. Now, Mr. Pittman, kind of out of the blue back in March, my client got a letter. It wasn't, hey, Mr. Zazak, I've got a concern, or hey, there's a problem here. And I kept hearing, when people are talking about the leadership qualities you need in a director, it's to have a little bit of fairness, a little bit of openness, and a little bit of understanding, because many times these issues aren't as clear as one might believe. So when this letter came through, I think it was a letter, it wasn't an email, I, back with when the other board was constituted, we filed an appeal in accordance with, now this one has to do with one of the hangars, the other one's very similar. And it has attached the lease we're talking about, and as Mr. Roberts said, it does have a 30-day termination for whatever reason. Whatever reason, we don't like the color of the shirt you're wearing, we can terminate you. A little stiff, there's no notice provision in there. Under Part 83 of the Florida statutes, this is a commercial lease, and pretty much what you sign, you agree to, and you have to live with it. But let's talk a little bit about these airplanes. All these airplanes that Mr. Roberts showed the pictures of up there, there are 2 172s, there's 1 Piper Lance, which, by the way, is not here now, it's up in New York, and a Taylorcraft, a cute little tailbacker. And it's on a picture of a lift. All the leases and the company that owns these planes, 100% owned by Mr. Zazak. He's the 100% owner, and having airplanes in LLCs individually is not uncommon. Most aviation attorneys represent that are advise their clients to put these in single-purpose LLCs. So this ownership situation you see is by no means unusual. Now, the company, and they're all owned, as you'll see down there, they're all owned by Diaz LLC. The leases, however, one lease is by Cherokee 140, one by BGM Aviation. So you have two hangars, E4 and E10, with these airplanes in it. So I think the ownership issue we overcame the last board meeting we were at. The chairman at the time asked us to provide Mr. Roberts with permanent ownership. I sent him tax returns, LLC certificates, one of them's New York LLC. I sent all those. So I think there's no question that these airplanes are owned by a common owner. And the common owner also holds the lease. But one thing when the Facebook posting, if you look at it closely, there are two things missing from that Facebook posting. One, it doesn't say anything about St. Augustine Airport. It has pictures of these planes, but it doesn't have any mention of St. Augustine Airport when going out of St. Augustine. The other thing, it doesn't say flight school. I mean, we agree, we cannot run a flight school in competition with your good flight schools here that pay extra fees. They have insurance requirements, all the things that Mr. Roberts talked about, a higher standard level to have a flight school. Now, I will tell you, for about 7 or 8 days, and through kind of inartfulness, and this goes back to March. There was about 7 days where people came out and used the airplanes with a flight instructor. Mr. Zazac never, ever has charged any money or rental or anything like a flight school does to rent an airplane. He's never done that. And I think the other thing too about this flight instruction, look down here, they're the players, I'd say players, there are 4 players, Mr. Zazac, Kitab, who is an employee of his, who's a flight instructor, Brad, both of them are here, who's a flight instructor, and Justin. Well, Kitab took his fiance flying and gave her flight lessons. I mean, he didn't charge her. Mr. Zazac didn't charge her. There was no commercial activity. It's like I own an airplane. I'm a flight instructor. I could give you flight instruction in my airplane off of, I'm based at Hurlong, and it would not be violating or violation of the rules of Hurlong. I'm free to do what I want with my airplane. What he's doing was not commercial, no charge, no money. By virtue of commercial, it means you go in there, you pay $60 an hour for your flight instructor, you pay $150 an hour wet for your, maybe more now, for your 172. After your hour instruction, you go into the flight school, they add it up, you give them your credit card or write a check or give them cash, and you do it. That did not happen here. It wasn't commercial. There was use, and there was flight instruction, but it was flight instruction for family, friends, girlfriends. In fact, I found out by talking to my client, maybe there were 2 girlfriends involved in one of these. And also, Brad flies with Mr. Zazac's husband. Again, comp, no compensation. Now, Mr. Roberts brings up an interesting point. He said, well, we can't be the arbitrators of flying over to here and doing this and that. But I think that clearly, this one Justin guy takes one of these airplanes, opens the hangar door, I think it's E4, opens the door, pulls it out, puts his car in the hangar, which is very common. He flies he flies up to Craig. He has a student that flies that plane to Craig, does his training off of Craig Airport, then comes back to St. Augustine, puts the airplane in the hangar. That's not flight training off of St. Augustine. It's use of an airplane, which you cannot regulate the use of the airplane unless it involves commercial activity. This is not commercial activity, I submit to you, off of St. Augustine Airport. It simply is not. Now, very interesting, and I think this is kind of, in a way, the proof of the pudding. Mr. Pittman here complained about the wrong airplanes in the wrong hangar. Sometimes they have tools in one of the hangars, the other one's just storage. It's a multi-lift. I'm gonna show you pictures here. On the day that Mr. Pittman did his inspection, oh, by the way, he said he completed his compliance inspections. The only two that we're aware of on the day, I think it was the 16th, he went in after us. Then he decides, well, maybe I ought to go look at everybody else. But this was a target on the day, and he found two airplanes that 100% owned by Mr. Zajac that were cross-hangared. And in fact, these are in a row. I think there's 6 or 7 hangars, and E4 and E10 are separated by 2 hangars. In other words, you go down a row and they're like 50 feet from each other. So they just got swapped around on that particular day. He goes marching in there, takes his pictures, aha, I got him again. Let me show you. We have 24/7, 365 a day ring cameras. Here are the pictures taken today. And these are the airplanes we're talking about. A lot better pictures than, by the way, I thought the channel was blurry. Notice E4, the airplanes that are in question, right where they should be after the maintenance. And the reason that airplane's up in the air, there's a little lift in there so they can get their wings over each other. So that is the one airplane. And if you look at the numbers on the airplanes he owns, you'll see which hangar they belong into, and you'll see they're exactly where they should be. So you don't have some guy running airplanes around like, you know, as we've been led to believe in switching hangars around. That's just not the case. Now, on the day of Mr. Pittman's, we can go back, we can pull pictures for 365 days, 24 hours a day. We can show you that these airplanes, I'd say 99% of the time, always lived where they should live in accordance with the lease that, if you look at, you know, I mean, y'all are kind of a little bit new to this stuff, but if you look on that lease agreement that I attached to my appeal, you'll see at the very end, at the top, upper left-hand corner, it lists what airplane is supposed to be in what hangar. Now, one of the airplanes, Mr. Zajac advised the airport authority that he was going to move, there are 4 airplanes involved, and that he was going to move one around. And it was acknowledged, I didn't make copies of it because I didn't know exactly, all this said it was appeal on here, and I'm sure it was about us. But what triggered all this in the beginning was the Florida Aviation Flight School, one of 4 or 5 here. The lady came, and I think complained to Mr. Kent, hey, these guys are doing this. Look at this Facebook ad. And again, if you look at the Facebook ad, there's nothing about St. Augustine Airport. It's got pictures of these planes, but it doesn't say where we're doing it. Again, never commercial activity. This was just a tenant in there. He's not trying to compete. He knows he's not supposed to compete. He's not a flight school. And I'm just telling you, there was no intention. Now, interestingly enough, and I'm going to leave it at this, the company that is complaining, Florida Aviation, today, on their website, see that little airplane sitting on the lift? They're showing this as rentable. This is on the complainer's website. They're showing that one of Mr. Zajac's airplanes is for rent. So we're not sneaking around trying to do anything improper. We've always always paid rent on time. In fact, believe it or not, Mr. Zazak's company provided the steel and the aluminum and the structure for some of these hangars out there. His company was one of the suppliers for hangars out here, not very long ago. So not only is he a tenant, but he also does business with the good people here at St. Augustine Airport. So he's not trying to do anything underhanded. And I could go on and on. There's some other facts here, but I think you've got a flavor of what's going on here. And I would ask you, when you have your discussion here, my request is you deny the termination of these two hangars based upon allegations of wrong airplanes and wrong hangars and commercial activity, which there was none. There was no money transferred. Thank you, guys. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. I have the two flight instructors here to answer questions, but I don't think they're going to add much more to the conversation. Maybe which girlfriend they're for, I don't know.
Well, thank you for that.
So through the
Counsel.
chair to the board members, just for clarity, I know this, I don't know if you guys have done this before in an appeal setting or not, but you are now acting in what's called a quasi-judicial capacity, okay? And what the statute says is basically you need to make a decision on appeal based upon the competent evidence that is in the record. I'm going to go ahead and presume that Mr. Roberts' presentation and Mr. Ludwig, correct?
Ludwig, yeah.
Ludwig, information is part of the record, and you are more than welcome to request testimony. Anything you decide will need to be based on the information that is in the record, or witness testimony. So prior information, correspondence, anything else, you should not necessarily consider. But I wanted to make sure that the board is aware that you are acting in that capacity here at this point in time.
And if I can call a witness, can I take 1 minute and just call one witness?
You can, you would need to administer an oath.
Through the chair?
Yeah, I think that may be good to, is the witness gonna be Mr. Zazak?
Well, we're gonna be Mr. Zazak and also, and by the way, the two flight instructors that I told you about, you know, they're employees of Mr. Zazak.
Okay.
They work.
So let's do this real quick. Jerry, did you need to go at a certain time? Because I think we still have quorum with 3, correct?
Yes, you started the meeting with quorum, you would have quorum with 3, yes.
So if you need to leave, I don't want to hold you up from your anniversary.
If I can, absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to see if you wanted to leave before we get into.
Do we need to make a?
I think we're still going to do this, but if you needed to leave, I was just going to give you a chance to.
We need 3 anyway, so
We've got quorum, that's what I was saying. We have a quorum if you wanted to leave. So we can continue to vote on things as long as
All right.
nobody else leaves. So I just want to make sure you, happy wife, happy life.
I would love to, I wanna know where his hangar is, because if he's just letting people fly his airplane, I'd just love to go get it for free. No date.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
And we will see you in December. And have a happy Thanksgiving. And by the way, thank you for your service tomorrow. I hope you enjoy your Veterans Day. Get
It'll
some
be at
relaxation.
Anastasia Baptist Church doing a veterans program. You remind us, 10 o'clock.
Well, thank you.
Everybody.
I've got my son's first dentist appointment tomorrow, so at 10 a.m.
Oh,
so
Lord.
I might need a baptism tomorrow. Yeah, Linda, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my anniversary, folks, so I'm late right now.
I'd get out of here.
I have a procedural question before we.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't wanna wait. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you. My wife appreciates you.
yeah. Yeah, please ask a procedural question.
Can we, if there are prior questions we have to other outside information that we'd like considered, can we ask that question so that it be part of the record or clarified?
So through the chair to the member, the answer is no. The witnesses that will be presented today are the witnesses that
But we can cross.
you can cross.
And I will.
So to be clear, you have to consider the information that is brought before you in this setting.
Okay.
You are acting like any judge, right? So you're gonna review the witnesses that will be sworn in. There'll be questions of the witnesses, there'll be a cross-examination of the witnesses, and then at the end of the day, the authority can either make a decision here, it can review the information and retain and issue a decision at the next meeting to review the record, but the only information the board is allowed to consider for purposes of this is the information that is presented here today.
You good? Yep, okay. You wanted to ask how much time we're going to allow for the direct and cross-examination?
So through the chair, that's a due process question, so I would be very careful about limiting times on cross and examinations, cross-examinations. It should be something that.
Yeah, can we do something like we start with the first round of direct and cross being capped, and then if we need to go to a second round, we can offer some more time?
Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just to be very, very, we're gonna give 10 minutes on direct examination and cross-examination for the first round. If we need to go to a second round, then we can give 5 and 5.
Thank
you. Is that, you good? Okay. Before you do that, we do have to swear in the witness, is what I was told.
That is accurate, yes, sir.
So if you don't mind raising your right hand, sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Brian Zazak, 83240 Lane South, St. Augustine, Florida.
Do you lease hangars here at St. Augustine Airport?
I do.
Which two do you lease?
Echo 4, Echo 10.
And what companies do you 100% own that have aircraft in those hangars?
BGM and Cherokee 140.
And which company that is on the fact sheet owns the airplanes?
ES.
Okay. Now, sir, how much money have you received leasing or renting airplanes out of those two hangars?
No.
And why would you let somebody explain, I think everybody has the big question, why would you do that, allow somebody to use that airplane that you own with no compensation?
So he flies our jet for us. When he's not flying our jet, he flies his girlfriend in our 172s. He works on our 172s, he works on our Lancers, works on our Navajo, works on other planes. When he's not working on them, he flies them. It's as simple as that.
Is there another flight instructor involved that
Justin.
on fact sheet? Okay. Tell me what Justin does, and how does he use your airplanes?
Justin does not work for me. Justin uses the airplanes, taking the airplanes out of the hangar in St. Augustine, flying them to Craig, picking up a student. Student pays Justin. Justin returns the airplane back to St. Augustine.
Is that part, do you get paid for that usage?
I get paid from Justin for that usage.
Okay. But is it for flight time, or how are you compensated?
I'm compensated from the time I believe the time that he picks the student up and returns the student to Craig.
Are there FlightAware
Yes.
logs that show these flights up to Craig?
I have all the FlightAware logs with me. They show the plane leaving here, going directly to Craig, picking up in Craig, doing a flight training mission, returning back to Craig, coming back to St. Augustine. Time after time after time after time again. We have cameras in all those hangars. If you want to look at the cameras, go back 360 days and look inside the hangars. You guys are more than welcome to the cameras.
And are those cameras would record him going in and out of the hangar?
100%.
Does it show him putting his car in when he leaves?
It does.
And it's all timestamped?
It is.
And to the best of your knowledge, and would it be your testimony that the FlightAware log and the timestamps on the ring cameras match?
Well, I showed you that today.
Well, yes or no?
Yes.
Why, other than being nice and allowing use of your airplane because they're your employees, is there any other reason why you do something like this?
When I was growing up, I didn't have the funds to fly airplanes. These guys don't have the funds coming up right now to do what they want to do. I'm in a position where I can give back to the aviation community.
Was that your altruistic reason to give back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when this situation first evolved in the beginning of the year, did you have any calls or any emails or anything before Mr. Pittman sent you his letter of termination?
Zero. It was an immediate termination letter. We did hear things before that they were giving other people on hangars chances to clean things up with stuff that was inside the hangars. That's the only thing that we heard.
But yours was just a unilateral termination.
100%.
When you received that notice from Mr. Pittman, what did you do?
We reached out to him, went to a meeting in his office, reached out to him again, and kept getting denied. That was when we pressed to get the dirt.
Did he give you any explanation why he's denying it?
No. We have that document of his email.
Just the email?
Just email.
No, hey, you can't do this.
No.
Stop it. He didn't do that.
No.
Mr. Pittman just cut it off, is that correct?
Correct.
So did that cause you to hire me to appeal this?
Of course.
And we've already been before the board one time, sir?
In March.
Do you know any other, since March, has there been any, other than this flying up to Craig and coming back, has there been any other commercial activity or compensation on your airplanes from that date forward?
Zero.
And is the day, as we sit here today, there is no
Zero.
compensation? Is it your intent to run a flight school?
No.
Was it ever your intent to run a flight school?
No.
You posted that Facebook posting?
Yes.
Okay. Did it say anything about going off to St. Augustine?
It did not.
Did it say anything about flight school?
No.
Just that you were gonna allow use of your airplanes?
Correct. And
So-
yeah.
Yeah, that's all I had.
Good. You purchased the LLC that owns the Taylorcraft, right?
I purchased the LLC that owns the Taylorcraft,
And
correct?
in October, the hangar that was supposed to have the Taylorcraft, in fact, had a twin-engine Piper Navajo in it, right?
It did.
And the Taylorcraft that was supposed to be in that hangar, you were subleasing over to Liam's hangar.
That's correct.
All right? Without an assignment, without telling the airport authority, you just moved it around.
No.
Okay.
Liam had a lease with us. Liam can speak to this. He had a lease with me, and it was turned into Cindy at the time.
Wait, time out. You just have to answer.
Oh,
it.
sorry.
And to be clear, part of your compensation to the 3 flight instructors that do work for you, part of that compensation is to allow them to use these aircraft for themselves to go conduct flight training up at Craig, right?
One.
Okay. You don't have an operating authority with Craig, do you, sir?
I don't believe I need one.
You don't have an operating authority with Craig, do you,
Correct.
sir? And you don't have an operating authority with us, do you, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And flight training's being conducted with these aircraft, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you posted the Facebook that cited the rates for rental.
Correct.
And no dispute about that, right?
Correct.
The hourly specific rates for rental.
Mhm.
You don't have an operating authority with us to rent aircraft, do you, sir?
We don't. We were testing the waters to see what's out there in interest.
Okay, you understand that is a lease terminating event, when you put a Facebook post up like that, and you offer planes for rent from RT hangars. You understand that's a lease terminating event?
I understand that, but it was not listed out of your T hangars.
Well, you showed the picture out of E4, correct?
So did the flight school next door.
And the Lance, you've kept from time to time in E10 as well, correct?
And there was a lease agreement for that being in lease intent. The Lance and the Navajo that you refer to that were in 10, both had dual 4 and 10. There's lease agreements for both of them. I have them if you'd like to see them.
There were rental agreements, there weren't lease agreements, were
They're
there?
lease agreements.
Okay, well, the airport doesn't have them.
It's the airport's lease agreement with the paper Cindy gave us back then to make sure that if the plane was going from this hangar to this hangar, she wanted it to have one for each hangar.
In fact, Mr. Pittman did in fact send you a lease termination notice for E4 and E10 back in March.
Correct.
Okay, so you did get a notice, and he told you why the leases were being terminated, correct?
No. Oh, yes, it said it right in the paperwork.
So you
Flight
did,
training.
you did in fact get a notice from Mr. Pittman, he told you why they were being terminated, fact? You agree?
Yes.
Okay, so we did do that, and one was for
Wrong airplanes in the hangar.
wrong airplanes in the hangar, and the wrong airplanes were in the hangar, were they not?
They were not. We
Okay.
gave you the lease agreements back that showed that they were in the right hands.
Okay.
On the last time we were here.
All right, I don't think we've seen a lease agreement for a Navajo, I don't think we've seen a
We're
lease
just
agreement. Well, sure, but I put them into evidence.
Okay.
Lease agreements, okay? I think for this, I'd like to reserve the time to just solicit a little bit of testimony from Courtney and Linda, who spoke with the FAA designated examiners, and I think we have enough for this.
So you're done with your cross?
I am.
Any redirect, Mr. Ludwig?
Yes,
And I'll limit that to 5 minutes.
okay. We're gonna provide you, I mean,
That's the lease agreements that,
For Navajo,
we provided those to you.
a lease agreement for Navajo.
Yes.
well, it's not.
Copy two.
While he's looking for that, I'm gonna put this
You
in
want the
the
lands as well?
evidence.
Anything you have that's a lease agreement with the airport
This I'll
authority
talk
for
about.
Navajo or the land. Signed by someone at the airport.
Well, you're talking about two different things. This is a lease agreement from the company to the hangar. This is what Cindy asked us to do on top of the other ones. I'm looking for the map.
This is the lease agreement, and let me put this on the record. I'm handing an exhibit to BGM for Hangar 10. This is the lease agreement that was this, let me get this testimony. Was this lease agreement provided to you by St. Augustine Airport Authority?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you come about getting this?
So on the top of the airport authority's lease agreements, they put the airport, this is from the airport authority to us to lease the hangars. They put the aircraft here. When you're moving the aircraft, it was told to us by Cindy, which was the old lady we dealt with in the airport authority, that you signed what he just passed out to show where that airplane is going. So there was multiples of them per lease agreement. You're calling the lease agreement on a hangar different than I'm calling the lease agreement on the airplanes.
So just so the record's clear for the court reporter, what's been presented is a rental agreement between, not the airport authority, but Mr. Diaz and his own LLC. All right, so that's what we're talking about. There's no,
Hold on. For the record, just 1 second, guys.
yeah,
Mr. Lugwood, you presented to us first an appeal in accordance dated April 3rd, a packet of information.
Yep.
I'm going to label this, because I want to give it to Linda, I'm going to label it E1.
okay.
And then you gave us your ring camera footage, I'm going to label this E2. You haven't talked about this email yet, so hold on.
Let's hold on.
You've referenced a lease agreement that Mr. Zazek was just mentioning. We're gonna label that E3.
And let me add to that, this will be a composite. That, notice the end number there? You see the end number?
Yeah, 5669B.
Okay, here's the same thing for the other one that was given to the airport authority.
All right, I'm gonna label that E4 then. And then just so that we're clear, this email that you've handed, I'm gonna label E5.
Okay, and the fact sheet?
The fact sheet, oh yeah, I'm sorry.
E6?
Yep, the fact sheet will be E6, and I've got notes on mine, so we just need to get a separate.
I have another.
We have a copy for the
Yeah.
chair. We'll.
You have a clean
we've
copy?
got clean
Okay, so if you guys can label that one E6, that'd be great. Okay, so let's go back to E3 right now, because you wanted to talk about E3 and E4,
Yeah, this is
the two different lease agreements.
two different lease agreements. Sir, let's go back to the lease, it's called a lease agreement. This is not the same agreement that the master lease was with the airport back in the beginning, is it?
Nope, so the airport authority has their standard lease that we've all seen. When you're leasing an airplane from an entity to another entity, Cindy wanted us to have a lease agreement. I sent her a lease agreement, she denied the one I sent to her, she provided this one to us to use. as a mechanism to change the aircraft between hangars to hangars, and to have it in the hangar that you have a lease agreement with. So if Diaz Aviation owned the airplane and BGM has it in their hangar, Cindy wanted to see the paper trail going from Diaz to BGM.
Now, just for the record, who is Cindy?
What was Cindy's title?
Cindy Hollingsworth
Yeah.
is an employee, former employee of the Airport Authority.
And what was, do you know what her capacity was? She worked in the office or what?
She worked in the office doing all of this, handling the team.
She's no longer with the Airport
She's no
Authority?
longer with the airport.
Okay, so this was back in earlier this year, sir?
No, 2 years ago?
2 years ago they had it? Okay. So the Airport Authority had these agreements
Sure.
at the request of one of the administrative people up there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think you needed to provide anything else?
No.
Okay. Now, let me address this.
E5, the
Yeah.
email.
Mr. Roberts is probably going to talk about this. There was some discussion about the person that gives the authority to somebody who's a student called a designated pilot examiner. And Mr. Roberts mentioned that Mr. Pittman talked or had a conversation with this gentleman. Where does this gentleman have, how do you know him?
The hangar's directly across from us, and he's a DPE. Gave my son-in-law his license.
So a student, after he takes his training, would go present himself to this gentleman and take a check ride?
Yes.
And then he has the authority to issue a license or not issue a license, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is your understanding as far as giving, quote, students a license? Who did he give a license to?
Brad's girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
And I don't know if he gave another one. I believe he gave another one. I don't know who the guy would be. One of Justin's guys he was doing out of Craig.
Did he travel to Craig to do that?
That I don't know the story on. I know there was discussion between him and Mr. Pittman on, I believe he traveled to Craig. The guy didn't get went into a discontinuance. And there was talk about doing it on, you might know more about this.
No.
It's, sorry. I think the second one got done at Atlantic here at St. Augustine. That's when Jay told us that he had talked to Mr. Pittman and said he cannot be stopped from giving flight. Mr. Pittman cannot stop him from doing that at St. Augustine. He doesn't have authority to do that. He didn't want to travel to Craig to do the second test. He used one of our planes, I believe in St. Augustine at Atlantic to administer the DPE test.
Do you have any further questions for redirect?
Briefly.
But I'm just making sure he's done.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
No, we're done. So let's, Mr.
Yeah, so to be clear, Mr. Lawrence did the verbal part of her exam in the conference room at Atlantic, correct? The verbal part of her exam, the DPE conducted in the conference room at Atlantic, right? Correct?
I don't know.
Okay. I thought you just said that the DPE said he had done her exam over in the Atlantic.
I don't think we're talking about the same person.
Okay. These two, I'm gonna call them rental agreements, they're what,
E5,
E3 and
3 and 4.
Right. These purport to be rental agreements for a twin-engine Navajo for $10 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You lease to the public a Navajo for $10 an hour.
It's not to the public. It's company to company.
Okay. And you lease a Lance for $10 an hour.
Again, it was from one of my companies to the other side of the company, and Cindy said something had to be in the book.
All right, and Mr. Quiroga pays you for the use of the aircraft that he conducts training in.
When he's in Craig.
Thank you. No further questions, thanks.
Okay. That concludes your testimony. Did you want to call another witness?
One real quick.
Okay, please. Yep, you're
You're
good.
dismissed.
All right, please bring the next witness up, and we got to swear him in. please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right.
Okay, would you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, I'm Katal Bolshunri.
All right. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pilot flight instructor.
Okay. Who do you work for?
Zizak. Company.
Do you use any of these, let's just call any of these airplanes that Mr. Zazak's companies owns? Do you fly them?
I fly for myself and for the company and for him.
Are you a salary?
I'm a salary for almost 3 years now.
Do you consider use of any of these airplanes as compensation?
No.
Who have you been in the airplane with? You have a fiance?
Yes. She works at the airport. A lot of people at the airport, they know her. She's been
She
here
works for
over a
St.
year.
Augustine Airport?
She used to, yes. Maddie and the guys, they know her. And we live together. She's my fiance. I train her. We have a great opportunity he gave me to use the airplane.
Does he charge you for use of that airplane?
$0. Never.
Do you charge your fiance for giving flight instruction?
No.
Okay.
I can provide her logbook from day one until today. It's only my name on it.
You're the only one in her logbook.
Only me. Ground and flight.
I have no other questions for you, sir. Witness.
No, just the airplane we're talking about, that is, 739 November Romeo, or which one? The airplane you use to give flight instructions to this young lady.
Any airplane I fly, I can teach him, and the Eagle will give instruction.
All right, and they're two 172s, and what are they used for? What, do you sightsee with them? What do you do with them?
The main one, November Romeo, it was me teaching his daughter. That was almost her airplane. Only her, we fly, teaching her. With airplane, anytime we want to travel, eat, food, fly, just for fun. We have all of that we can do.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I
Okay.
just- Little time
Yep.
left, we'll just record it.
Yep. Do you have any redirect questions or? Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Do you have any other witnesses that you'd like to call?
No, I do not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, you said you wanted to call a
I'll do it
witness?
for my chair, if it's all right?
Yeah, please.
Mr. Pittman?
All right. Courtney, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Right.
Mr. Pittman, when you received reports of people receiving flight instruction from hangars E4 and E10, did you contact the designated FAA flight examiner that had performed the certification check rides for that?
Yes, I did.
And his name is Mr. Lawrence?
That is correct.
And he confirmed that the check ride occurred right in front of E4 and E10, correct?
Absolutely.
It included the student's pre-flight checklist,
Absolutely.
the student's pre-flight instruction,
Yes.
right in front of E4 and E10.
Yes.
All right. And at some point, did a young flight instructor named,
Emily Myers?
yes,
Right.
call you and on or around October 15th, Mr. Quiroga, right? Justin Quiroga, right? Called you and said he had a student that he wanted to give flight training to, and could he have permission to do that?
Actually, he met me in the parking lot outside the Avenue building.
Okay.
So it was the first time I've ever seen him, pretty tall guy. Came to me and said, hey, can I give him permission to do a flight training out of the T hangar? Said Brian Zagzag told him that he needed to talk to me and get something in writing.
All right. Did this airport conduct a system-wide T-hanger audit in October of 2024?
Yes.
Under a 2-day period, did you walk through every single T-hanger? The north north set on one day and 2 weeks later the south set on another day?
That's correct.
Were you targeting anybody or doing
No.
your FAA compliance?
FAA compliance went through every hangar with a team of maintenance personnel.
They were all videotaped.
Yes,
Did this year's FAA audit, was that conducted in September of 2025?
that is correct.
Did you go through every single T hangar,
Yes,
all 140 of them?
yes,
Were you targeting anybody?
no,
Were the airplanes on the lease agreements in October of 2024, were the airplanes that are supposed to be in the hangars, E4 and E10, were they in the correct hangars?
no,
Were the airplanes that were supposed to be in the hangars in September of 2025, airplanes in the correct hangars?
no,
Did these, to your knowledge, did these rental agreements that have been marked as exhibit, did they show up after your compliance audits?
after. We've never seen those forms before.
All right. And did, your direction, did Ms. Santiago contact one of the students
That is correct.
and confirm that she had received flight instruction out of E4 and E10?
Correct. I was sitting right there while she talked to her on the phone.
All right, no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Ludwig, Cross?
Yes. Sir, who was on the other end of the phone when your employee talked with the alleged student, and who did they talk to?
Emily Myers, she said she failed.
I'm sorry.
Emily Myers said she failed 2 check rides that Jay Lawrence did for her.
Did she say where she took her training?
Yes, she said Brad Stovall was her instructor. Is one of the pilots that worked for Brian Zak.
Brad Stovall?
Zak is the last name. And Stovall was the instructor. Yes, she said Stovall was the instructor for her. The gentleman sitting in the back row right there.
Where was the flight instructor conducted from?
All right, so you want to know from the designated examiner or from the instructor itself?
From the instructor.
All right, so from the instructor was out of the T hangar. From the inspector was oral at Atlantic, and they drove over to the T hangar and did the inspection from the T hangar.
Was she charged a fee?
I didn't get into that.
You did.
No.
You didn't ask her how much she paid?
You're not allowed to do court. You can't have a flight school out of a T hangar. You know what I'm saying? And then they didn't have an operating agreement, and then they didn't have the appropriate insurance.
Sir, would you agree with me that if I had a flight instructor rating,
Mhm.
and I owned an airplane and kept it in a T hangar here, and I had a friend I wanted to teach to fly, that I couldn't do that out of St. Augustine?
You cannot have a flight school in the T hangar. Right?
I didn't say a flight school, I said an individual flight instructor. Are they allowed to take somebody out and give them flight instruction? They're authorized.
You would have to have an operating agreement with the airport.
Really? To get Part 61,
No,
FAR
no.
Part 61
No.
instruction?
No.
Okay. That's what I thought. I have no further questions.
You have any-
Good,
You're good? Okay.
thank you.
Did you want to call anybody else?
I think we've had enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think at that point, with no other witnesses being called, it reverts to us in our quasi judicial capacity. Now, can we ask questions to the lawyers, or are we limited to just reviewing what we have been provided and?
Chris, I don't like that head nod.
I would say, you could entertain closing argument,
That's-
and you have the
Closing.
discretion, you have the discretion to bounce questions off of us.
A
This is
judge
very-
can ask questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
very informal.
Yeah. I just want to keep it, I want to keep it tight. Why don't we do this? I think, did you have any questions that you? I was gonna ask ladies first.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Mario, I think, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
No.
Can I just ask, can you put the Facebook post back up real quick? I do have a quick question, and Mr. Ludwig, you kind of, when you asked Courtney, it got me thinking as well about, you had referenced a CFR training.
Okay, let me,
Can,
Sure.
I guess here's my question, and Chad, if you can also chime in. The difference between, it seems like the biggest difference here is, can you offer flight instruction free of charge to friends, family, somebody off the street, under the T-hanger lease agreement and general public use that we've got? I'll ask Mr. Ludwig, and then
Sure.
Mr. Roberts, if you can just
Well,
provide your answer to that
let's-
question.
This will help you a little bit.
Yeah.
There are two types of flight schools. The flight schools you have for hire, compensation, public, commercial flight schools. I think, I don't know, somebody said there are 4 or 5 of them here. Those are Part 145 flight schools. They operate under the rules of Federal Aviation Part 141. They're regulated. You can actually take flight instruction for less hours than you can, but it's very regulated. Cadence, they're approved by their curriculum. Everybody's approved by the FAA. This operation, or these flight instructors, like I'm a flight instructor, I operate under Part 61 of the Federal Aviation Regulations. That's a different environment, different training requirements. The main difference is it's individual. There's no real regulation. There is a requirement for about 5 to 10 more hours of flight instruction you have to have under Part 61 than under Part 145. So, two different kind of animals here. We're talking about Part 61, and my question was this. Your lease agreement does not prohibit or prescribe the type of use somebody has an airplane. You don't tell the owner of the airplane what he can do with it. You tell him what he can't do with it, and that's, operate a flight school off of this airport. And this has kind of drifted down now to an argument of doing flight training. That flight training, especially uncompensated flight training, is not prohibited under any federal aviation regulation I know of. Anything that's I've got the rules and regulations, I've looked at them here, they're very extensive. But you gotta put in your mind, commercial versus private stuff. I submit to you, and I will argue all day long, that the activity that they're engaged in, except about 3 times. I will go on the record, there are maybe 2 or 3 times, and they asked Mr. Pittman for some advice, what are we doing wrong, help us.
Mhm.
It was like the man behind the curtain. We're gonna cancel your lease, you've been here a long time, canceling your lease. That, to me, is unfair.
Mhm.
That is why we're up here to the board to use their discretion based upon what you've seen, what you've heard. Is it a firing offense for a man that has 4 airplanes, buys a lot of fuel, pays for 2 hangars, getting another hangar? What is the transgression, the alleged transgression? And again, there's your Facebook.
Yeah, okay, but just so,
Yeah, I
so
just
your
want-
answer is, for free of charge, under this Part 61, your belief is that the T-hanger policy does not prohibit the use for free flight instruction?
Uncompensated,
Okay.
yes, that is my position.
Okay,
And absolutely.
Okay.
You hit it right on the nail.
okay, and then Mr. Roberts can, yeah,
It absolutely does. It is commercial activity. It is compensated indirectly, right? It's a fine point, but it's compensated indirectly. If I lease a hangar and I own an aircraft and I want to ask a flight instructor to ride with me for my check ride, I can do that. If I own an airplane and I'm a flight instructor, I can't offer other people to get their check rides in our T-hangars. That's not what our T-hangars are for. So the answer is no. And I would rest on a couple of things. If Mr. Pittman doesn't have the discretion on that Facebook post, which is pretty clear and unambiguous, it's aircraft rental as a minimum. It's aircraft rental as a minimum. Mr. Sazek is gonna retain hangar Charlie 2, propose that these leases not be retained and be allowed to go to the next person on the T-hanger waiting list, which is one of the indirect litmus tests about this. How are these hangars ever gonna turn over to people on the waiting list with this this kind of activity. They've acknowledged that they fly up to Craig and do aircraft training. They don't have an operating agreement with Craig, they don't have an operating agreement with us. And I've seen people come into Mr. Pittman's office and say, I've got a compliance problem. And I need to come in with a plan. And he'll say, tell me what your plan is, and if I can accommodate it, I'll bring you in for a soft landing. But there's been some cat and mouse dish about this activity. And we don't have the time to play cat and mouse. We have to trust our tenants. And you don't put a Facebook post up like this and think that when it comes to our attention, there's no insurance, can you imagine what the other flight schools could do with this, or the FAA could do with this, or God forbid there were an accident, what someone could do for this? We're on notice of this, and people are kind of watching tonight to read the tea leaves on how this is going to be addressed. It's no fun to do compliance. It's not the fun part of Mr. Pittman's job, but there has to be a real bright line rule.
Yeah, let me, can I please, I've
Well, I
got
had
some more questions.
clarifying on your first one,
Okay.
because there was a lot of extra.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
you asked the question about, could you, if you had a hangar, could you train friends for free, essentially, to which I understood yes, and I understood no. I think, is that
That's,
the answer?
that's, yeah.
Sorry.
So let me build on that. So I think we can agree that the Facebook post, because it does say instruction,
If you go to the next one.
rental.
it's-
I mean, I think there's probably an admission that the Facebook post, even though it doesn't say where it's coming out of, is not the best. It kind of shows that maybe there's rental and instruction. So let's take that aside. Chad, I want to play off this concept of if you give your friend one of your aircraft, one of your planes, and they were to fly to Craig and go do flight instruction out of there. So they pick up the student out of Craig, they go do it just as we've heard this Justin did. Is that, in your opinion, a violation of the T-hangar agreement at the airport?
I would say our T-hangar, yes. I would say our T-hangar agreement is for the prototypical private aircraft, non-commercial user, period.
Okay, let's take I just want to like exhaust this to death because I think
Yes.
that we need this for the record with whatever we decide to do. So, T-hangar user has an aircraft, and for 3 months out of the year, they bring the aircraft to Dallas, Texas, because a lot of people like to fly out of Dallas, and for 3 months, they offer instruction out of Dallas, and then they bring it back for 9 months. Is that, you see where I'm getting at, is how far do we regulate the private use of an aircraft in a T-hangar? That's what I need to figure out. Where's that line?
Well, it's certainly.
Yeah, this is bad.
That's bad, right?
Yeah.
Look, again, if we're down to, angels dancing on the head of a pin, as lawyers say, can you could you have a legitimate purpose in some scenario you described? The answer is yes. But we don't have the resources to try to walk this fine line with T-hangars that are meant for the prototypical, I have an airplane, I like airplanes, it's mine, I want to use it for me. That's what T-hangars are for. These T-hangars are never going to turn over and make the waiting list go.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm just trying to figure out,
Understood.
right, we've got to craft whatever, because like you said, this is a litmus test. Whatever we decide here today is going to be used by everybody moving forward until you get a new board. And so where we draw the line in the sand is important. It's a question that I don't feel comfortable answering unless because I'm a lawyer too. So right, all these words matter to me.
The words do matter, and the words matter extremely when you're talking about federal aviation regulations, and also when you're talking about grant assurances and what your public
Yeah,
funding could be
I-
at risk by not allowing this basic activity, which I can tell you, having done this for many years, I've
No, no.
never seen an airport authority or anybody try to regulate a flight instructor on the Part 61 that has, you know, these standard T-hanger leases.
Yeah, I think-
You know, how far do you want to go?
Yeah.
I mean, how deep do you
No,
all
no.
want to micromanage?
Okay.
We take a little.
So
Let's-
I do have a lot of questions now, but real quick, this particular, what we're talking about with 3 months here or 9 months there, would it make a difference if there was, let's say, an operating agreement at one or the other, right? To me, and it makes sense to me that if there's an operating agreement with one of the two airports, that perhaps we could get around that, but from what it sounds like, there is no operating agreement for this particular business, which comes back to, in my head, again, God forbid the worst were to happen and someone were to lose their life during one of these trainings or what have you, as we know can happen. Who is that family going after? Are they going after us as the airport authority for knowing that there was an unregulated flight school here? Are they going after the business that owns this, which tells me again it's a business? Are they going after the owner? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand
What?
who are they coming after? Because if it's us, I'm not okay with that because
Yeah, I think, I mean, let's not get into the liability issue, because that's really not what the question is. I hear what you're saying, but I guess this is where I'm going back to, which is, as the airport, we lease T-hangars for general aviation purposes. The lease was very clear, you're to do non-commercial activity with that airplane. If that's the line, then what that means is if we were to find out that a T-hanger lessee used their airplane somewhere else for commercial activity, disconnected from the airport, then our line should be, you no longer should get to have a T-hanger here. If we're gonna police,
It's gonna be factually specific, and you're gonna have the discretion, and I think you're gonna be a judge, right?
Yeah.
And where it is, how close is the nexus? We don't need to do a hypothetical, you know, to be like an advisory opinion to get quasi-judicial.
Mhm.
So I would say, you do it the way judges do, which is one case at a time. All you can do is do this case, these facts. Somebody else is gonna come along and say, well, my facts are different. We'll take that up, right? But I would say, I understand the issue of that precedence, but you don't need to really go there. You
Well-
just decide this case. This
no, I understand, but you were the one that mentioned that we needed to have, we have to do a non-arbitrary and capricious finding.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, I've got to make sure that the decision that and the rest of the board, but, I mean, that it's not an arbitrary or capricious finding, which requires to look at the facts and go into what would be an arbitrary or what would be a capricious finding as it relates to this, which is why I'm asking these hypotheticals, because I think, from my perspective, I'm still hung up, just like you had asked, Mario, is Brad taking his girlfriend flying so that she gets her hours and sign her logbook and then she goes somewhere else to get certified, is that commercial? Because we don't allow commercial activity out of the T-hangers. And that's, I think, the ultimate question, but in order to do that, you have to say, when is commercial activity with the airplane allowed outside of the airport or not? I don't disagree at all. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I had heard that Mr. Zasek say that he does get paid by Justin for the use of the plane. And Justin's use of the plane is to sometimes offer paid instruction out of Craig. I heard that testimony.
Yes.
So there's at least testimony that commercial activity is associated with one of the planes due to Justin.
But off the airport.
Well, and that's why I'm asking these questions about like where.
Where does it matter the nexus of where the airplane?
Well, it matters because, to my point, which is, if you go and take it across state lines and do something for like a month, is that tied to it, or is it, because obviously the plane, I'm sure if we went through FlightAware, it would be left E4, E10, that morning flew to Craig, did a training, came, yeah. But it's all coming back to the airport the same day, right? I mean, it's not that it's sitting at Craig for 2 days, a week, yeah.
We would not want Craig doing this to us. We would not want
Well,
Craig.
but that's.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, please.
I don't think that's a tit for tat, that's.
I understand.
Craig, we're talking about the lease here and the activity and whether it's allowable under the lease and under Part 61. And I submit to you that, I mean, we are kind of dancing on the end of a pin here,
Yeah,
but I think that.
that's how you guys make money, dancing on ends of pins.
Yeah, and I can argue all day long.
I know.
Are you saying they're angels?
So they're dancing on the head of the
Yeah, when we're
pin.
dancing.
Mara, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
I wanted a quick recess, so that I could properly focus, because I don't know how much, distinction I could, but
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute recess, we'll come back at 7:30.
even in 1 minute.
No, we'll take 5
Oh,
minutes. It's after 7:30, so we'll call this back to order. Mario, you've had a chance to clear your mind a little bit. If you have any other questions or thoughts, if not, I mean.
Oh, I have more
you do?
questions.
Okay, please, please.
But before you go, I need to make one correction.
Okay.
I think I said part 145, FAR part 145, and I also said 141 to correct the reference to the Federal Aviation Regulations of part 141 flight school.
Okay.
And part 61 training. So I may have misspoke, and somebody brought that to my attention. I just wanted to clarify the record.
Okay, thank you. Please.
So, and forgive me, this might be a really dumb question, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it anyway.
When the bid went out, he just was, had so much business, thank goodness. He couldn't bid the erection part, but he did with the steel part. So his business is based in New York. He flies these, sometimes he flies these planes back and forth. He has about 7 airplanes. He loves airplanes, and it's kind of his passion and his hobby. These airplanes in Diaz, which is on your fact sheet, he bought one, actually, to, of course, family members fly, and keeps them out here and has for years. Now, obviously, that little tail dragger, Taylor craft is more of a curiosity and a fun afternoon Sunday airplane to fly. But it has been used by one of the flight schools here. It gives tail wheel instruction. Endorsement. You have to get a special signature to fly an airplane like a J-37 sits back down on the stage. So he had that, and these individuals that work with him fly his jet, using Daytona, also Navajo, Cheyenne, which is a twin-engine turboprop, and then these 4 airplanes here. That's why I said 7 airplanes. So, and what does he use them for? I'd say primarily he just likes airplanes and uses them for fun and family fun.
So then why, I guess I just don't understand why it would be in the business name instead of his own name, because traditionally what we see, and I could be mistaken, traditionally what we see is that if a name on the lease agreement through our airport is an LLC or a business of whatever sort, they're usually on the corporate side of things. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around why the lease agreement is in a business name instead of his personal name.
Just the way that he set it up, and then the entity that has the lease has an agreement with the owner of the airplane he has.
Right, and I'm just still confused, and I know we brought this up at the last hearing or appeal that we did before. I've never seen this lease agreement. There is nothing to mark our airport on it. Our staff has never seen it. We have no record of it. And I know I said this before, and I'm not trying to be, please don't take this the wrong way, but I don't know you people from a hole in the wall, and you could have made this up.
Well, we have the email from Cindy, who was the administrative person at the time, with the PDF transmitting this to Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, I'm just surprised you wouldn't have brought that with you, knowing that was my question last time, so I could see that. Again, not that I don't believe you, but I don't know you.
I'll tell you what, I'll be glad.
Mr. Zivix, shaking said he's got the.
We do have that. Chad has it as well.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we provided that, it's in, as a result of the last meeting and the request we got from the chair, we provided that to Chad, and that's one of the documents I provided to Chad, because I thought that was gonna kind of satisfy this whole thing, it was gonna go away, and all of a sudden, bang, your appeal's gonna be heard on the 10th, you know, or actually before that, I was out of town, and Chad and I agreed to postpone this, and I appreciate that. So that document's been provided, transmitting that.
The specific one as well, not
That
just the last
specific
one.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I just, and maybe this is more discussion based and maybe I'm wrong here. I am always of the mindset that if a policy is in place, we uphold the policy. If we don't like the policy, we change the policy. And so I just want to be very clear that from what I'm hearing, money at some point have been exchanged for use of an airplane at our airport between people that do not have an operating agreement for our airport. Is that what I am hearing? Because that was from one of the witnesses that was brought forward from Mr. Ludwig. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair statement of the record.
Okay. I think that answers all my questions for now. Thank you.
Maureen, do you have any?
I have a few. First, what's a legal term, when a judge grants grace because of something, there's a.
Leniency.
Yeah, leniency, but isn't there another,
Equity.
Bad law.
He wants a better word.
There's
The judge has
minor
discretion.
legal classes, but, I'm not gonna think of it, so, guess that's not important. Jeffrey, can I ask the question that I was asking you about? Both Chad and Michelle brought up the notion of, heaven forbid something happens. Have there been any occurrences that have happened in regards to this or other flight schools or people at our airport with flight schools?
So you can't, when there's an accident, you can't control who the claimant names as a defendant. They're in control of that and we're not. The general proposition is they are gonna name as many potentially responsible parties as possible, and you generally name all of them. Jeff and I do this kind of work. So you name everybody and you look for the insurance money or the deep pocket.
Were there crashes as a result of folks connected with this flight school?
No, not this flight school, not that I know of.
But flights.
But,
I'm sorry, this
Yes.
company is what I meant to say, not
right. But in addition to the liability for an accident, we have Part 16 complaint liability, right? We have 4 other flight schools that are gonna say, wait a minute, I'm carrying office space, I'm carrying insurance, I'm carrying all these obligations that you, for the same reason we don't let, people run hospitals out of the garage. There are minimum standards we're gonna have. And that's where we're likely to get a complaint from, as likely as not, is another existing user who has followed our policies and says to permit this kind of activity to continue here, you're just cutting us off at our knees, right? There are former instructors clearly went over to this employment and they took, whatever.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think one of the things, we're thinking about a vehicle and the aircraft.
Well, I may or may not have been, but I didn't want to introduce anything that wouldn't be allowed, which is why I asked Jeffrey.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't bring it in unless.
No, let's stick to the facts that were presented with.
I have one question, if I may.
Yeah, we're in our, sorry. Do you have any other questions?
Yes. Okay, so, all right, there was a disagreement, I guess, on, and personally, I don't know that this is a deciding factor for me, where the line crosses. We agree that no commercial activity should be in the T hangars, but there is a discrepancy on what we consider commercial activity, whether you can teach your friend or your fiance or whatever, or not. And I don't know that I have the ability to draw that, to produce case law here and draw that distinction of exactly where that line is. Is there agreement by both parties that Mr. Pittman can terminate this user agreement at will at any point with 30? Is there agreement between both attorneys for that?
There should be. It's right, the plain language is, you've seen it, 30 days of notice. Yes. And all it has to be is not
you know, for retaliation, right? Or, you know,
Yeah,
it can't be for some improper purpose. But if there is a good faith basis, that's all that will sustain us across the street.
I would say under your release language, which is, by the way, probably, maybe ought to be looked at some point in time, is a little bit open-ended, under Part 8.3, the commercial landlord tenant, because this is not residential. You know, you kind of agree to what you sign, you know, the tenant here, and these are commercial leases. And I think it's attached to one of the, it's attached to my exhibits. Mr. Pittman could walk out and say, you know, I don't like red ties. And theoretically, and Jack said, oh, maybe that's the proper purpose, he could, it says for any reason, terminate it. I would say, it has to be for a reasonable reason, and it has to be provable. Here, I would say that you sitting as the kind of the judge, you have this broad discretion. And this isn't, in my opinion, a slam dunk case, just because you have one guy flying off and, you know, doing flight instruction at another airport. You know, where, it's like you said, Mr. Chairman, where does that stop? What if he goes off for 3 months and goes up to Valdosta and does it and comes back and gets paid up there? Where do you stop this line? Where does the line start? What I would say is, and I would argue, you know, deny this kind of until the HUN cancellation of a good tenant's lease, been here a long time, wasn't trying to do anything purposely or sneak around, hide, thought he was complying with everything by filling out forms. Why terminate his lease? I mean, he is a good tenant. They buy a lot of fuel here. I mean, all the things that make a tenant a good tenant, we're not sneaking around here. So if you want to be a little bit more crystal clear on, you know, what's allowable, what's not allowable, let's look at the lease agreement. And oh, by the way, I think there ought to be a little, just FYI, there ought to be a little notice provision in that lease. You know, upon 10 days written notice, if you do not correct these transgressions and these deficiencies, we're going to terminate your lease. This is a no-notice lease. This is a no-notice lease.
Well, I would invite you to our December workshop, where we're gonna talk about T-hanger use policy and.
I have some great leases.
Laura, you have any other questions?
Well, I have some opinions, but I will reserve those.
No, we can, I mean, look, I think we're at the stage where we're the judge. So why don't maybe, I've been thinking about some things, and then you guys can, and we all agree this. I tend to agree a little bit with you, Mr. Ludwig, that maybe a little bit of grace in most of these circumstances. I do think, though, that, and I missed Justin's last name, the testimony that I've got is that Justin did pay to use the airplane and use it for flight instruction. The cuteness of flying up to Craig and picking up somebody to like get away from you can't use it for commercial purpose, I don't like. So I would be in favor of saying that there was a commercial purpose, but where I'm leaning is, and maybe we need to get some sort of a written agreement that will see happening moving forward, and if it continues to happen, or if it's caught, and it seems like it'd be pretty easy because you've got people at the airport that are signing off on, you know, yes, this person got flight instructions from Justin, but I need to be the one to sign off that they've certified. Maybe just putting a final notice that you are on notice that this individual or the way that you're using the plane in a continued manner would lead to the termination. I have not seen anything that suggests that girlfriends or fiancés getting free flight instruction is commercial. I understand that there's but they work for the company, and that's as a result of them working for the company, they get to use the plane. But I didn't hear any testimony that Brad or Katab pays Brian to rent the aircrafts from them and use them to then fly their girlfriends and fiancés for free flight instruction. The other concern that I have just for the board is, you know, we have to show, in case this were to be appealed to the circuit court, that we have enough evidence. All we have right now is this one little testimony that Justin pays to use the plane, and we've got some hearsay that some people have affirmed it, which is why I'm of the position maybe we say you shouldn't let anybody rent your plane or use it for private paid lessons, regardless if it's out of our airport, Craig, or another one that is very too cute, that would be a terminable offense moving forward, but that we essentially, I guess it's denying part the lease termination. That's kind of where I'm at. But I open up to both of you for thoughts. Or who wants to go first?
Can I jump in?
Go for it.
Yeah, so, I mean, I get what we're saying. Hey, 30 days, we can cancel for, I don't like your tie. We acknowledge that Mr. Pittman absolutely can do that and has the authority, which we've granted to him to do that. The argument is that's not right to do. So there's a spectrum of 30 days, till of the Hun, you said, versus, you know, I don't know what you had said, but this gray side. There's also the side of, hey, it's 100% commercial. Well, black and white, we can't do commercial activities. But then what qualifies as commercial activities on this end of the spectrum, friends and family. Also, the notion of, well, this is a biased review of the hangars, right? He just came in and you know, cherry picked these two and then did the other ones, versus, okay, this was completely random and he did it at just an arbitrary time and it just happened to be wrong both times. I think there's a spectrum, and I don't know that I'm ready to debate, hey, whether or not, which he absolutely can, you know, do in 30 days, but we absolutely probably would not entrust him to do so if he continued doing that sort of activity. I think the fact that we have a waiting list really is pretty overpowering. The fact that we have people that have been waiting years and years, and now this operator will have a third hangar, which I think the evidence was pretty strong. There were 2 random compliance checks, which both were failed, moving planes between sites. We saw that money was clearly exchanging hands. I also do think that, hey, when you can't say there's no financial value to being able to fly whenever you want as well. So I think that was an excellent point. And frankly, I think there was a chance to remedy it all the way back in March, and it's gone on for months. You would think like you would be ultra on the best behavior. I mean, I understand the Facebook ad, the argument that, well, it wasn't mentioned, but you know, it was posted in St. Augustine. I think that there's enough circumstantial evidence that it is still evidence, and I think it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that we should not grant the appeal.
I think that, you know, you pulled at my heartstrings with letting people use the aircrafts that couldn't afford it, and I genuinely appreciate that you are doing that for the aviation community. But despite the colorful depiction that Mr. Ludwig painted of Mr. Pittman while he was searching through these hangars, he did go through every hangar, right? And so a lot of people got all of these things, and we, at least 3 of us, have sat here just a few months ago having a very similar discussion, and nothing really changed that much to me. So from what I'm hearing is that at some point, someone went to Mr. Pittman and asked, can we use the airport for this? And they were denied. At some point, money was exchanged for use of an aircraft that's home airport is St. Augustine. So reasonably, you would assume that would be a business that money is exchanged. You don't just exchange money for fun. And as you mentioned, good tenants to me, I define that as someone that follows the policies that we have in place, which they agreed to when they signed that lease. And that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm not seeing it continued after they had that other chance. And this isn't the first time we've seen this, and this will not be the last time that we see this. But when it comes down to it, I take the emotion out of it. And maybe it's PTSD from the past few years, I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, I think, is this defendable? Is our decision defendable in the court of law? And I think that us defending the authority that we've given to the interim director to terminate a lease, if we take that away from him, we're undermining him. And we're saying that we don't trust our own staff. And I do trust the people that are here day to day doing their job. So all of these stories that are coming at us are fantastic, but the facts of the matter are there was money exchanged. They've already had another chance. And now we're saying, you know what, take another hanger. Why not? Because you've really set a really good example with the past few we've given you. And I don't know how many chances someone should get.
Caveat, I'm not speaking to the new hanger. I mean, to me, that's completely
Sure.
separate.
But I mean, logically speaking, are we going to be back here in 6 more months? When they're, do you know what I'm saying? Great, take that next hanger that's available to you. But this hanger right here, money was exchanged. I'm sorry, these 2 hangers, money was exchanged.
Throwing them out, the 2 hangers.
I heard. Yeah, but money was exchanged. So that to me says that's a business. And
Yeah, no, no,
our
look,
policy
look,
says,
wait,
I'm
hold-
still,
hold
thank
on,
you so
hold on.
much.
Yeah.
Our policy says no commercial. So,
Yeah, and that's why I said, I think there's evidence that says it was commercial.
I don't think that's.
they-
Which
No,
hanger,
hold-
which
hold-
hanger are we talking
wait,
about? What's the
hold-
commercial?
hold on. The only actual evidence that we've heard today was actually from the tenant saying, I get paid by Justin for the use of my place. Mr. Roberts didn't present any bank transactions or any non-hearsay evidence that money was transacted. Courtney heard through somebody else that somebody was offering. There's been, the only evidence was direct testimony that Justin paid for the use. The other testimony was, we're employees of his company, and by use of being employees, we get to use the planes free of charge. So I'm agreeing, there is evidence that commercial activity occurred for Justin's use of the plane. So I just want to make it very clear that I don't disagree at all. So it's not about trusting Courtney, because there's evidence that showed at least one individual was taking a plane to Craig and then doing lessons there, and then we just got evidence that that person was paying ours. It's not at all about that. It's, what I've seen is, I don't even know how many times that this Justin guy paid. We're basing it off of this one, and I haven't been here for any of these other ones, right? So I'm being presented, because that's what we have to do. We have to be the facts that were presented today, which is Courtney did a spot inspection that was not arbitrary. The planes were not in the right hangars. One plane was in the other. One plane was in E10 that was supposed to be in E4, and the plane was in E4 was supposed to be in E10. And that's also not disputed. I don't think you're even disputing that it could have been for that 1 2-hour time frame that the planes were in the wrong hangars. What you've showed us is later on in the day they were back in their rightful place, and I don't think anybody's disagreeing that planes flopped over. I think the real question is,
You have evidence of what is today.
yeah, and that doesn't bother, that has no bearing
I
on
mean,
it.
my plane too.
Yeah.
Here, so that doesn't.
I guess,
come up.
and I hear what you're saying about sticking true. I guess what I'm really trying to get at is, I mean, we have a bigger issue here that we have to decide, which is, does non-paid flight instruction qualify as commercial activity? what Brad and Katab did, was that commercial activity? That's, I think, one question that we have to grapple with today. We know that Justin paid for using the plane. That's commercial activity right there. We don't have any evidence of how many times that happened. It could have been the one individual who Courtney heard from Atlantic that went to the E10, E4 hangar. It could be 10 times. We got a Facebook post that seems to offer rental and instruction. Are those grounds to say, you're done, get out? Or is it, and I think Mr. Lovegood brings an interesting point, is the most appropriate thing to offer a cure period of, we found this egregious thing, please explain it, don't do it again. If you don't cure, then you're going to, that's where I kind of think that the airport should operate with cure periods. I think that the tenants should have the ability to be told, here's where we think you violated the lease, you've got 10 days or whatever to fix it, or not do it again before we're just gonna cut you out. That's just me. I do think that that's a decision we have to have at the workshop and then in a Tanger use policy moving forward, which is why I was just, my position was, we say you messed up based on at least the testimony about Justin paying in the Facebook post, but we say moving forward, if we catch you doing that, now you're done. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think we need to grapple with the question of, how much, is friendly versus how much is commercial. And like, well, hey, if somebody goes to Phoenix for 3 months, and gets paid over there, that's not what's happening.
But do you see the problem with that though?
I do, but I mean, what was the case where if you see, like, I can't define pornography, but I know when I see it. I think at this point, we don't need to grapple with the nuance because we're not at a nuance.
I think you do, because you're if you say that, you're essentially, and Mr. Roberts said this, I mean, you're essentially this case, and my understanding is there's been prior cases. They all build on each other. So what we're saying today, if you guys decide to do it, is flying to Craig and back in one day to do it that's no-no. Don't do that. But if you drop your plane for 24 hours in Craig, is that it?
So I disagree that we're doing that, nor is that what I'm saying. Furthermore, in engineering, we have countermeasures for safety. So for instance, you have a 50-mile-per-hour facility. You just put up a 45-mile-per-hour sign. Hey, people usually drop like 1.5 miles per hour, 2 miles per hour, but they're not dropping 5 just because you put a different posted speed limit. For you to actually change, things are multiplicative. So, you narrow the road, you narrow the lanes, you put a chicane, I mean, maybe not from 50 to 45, but there is exponentially increased effectiveness when you combine things, and I think that's what's clear in the evidence here. We're not just talking about the money exchanging hands between Justin. We're talking about $10 an hour from company to company. We're talking about 2 random times. We're talking about a 6-month or a 7-8-month cure period, not 10 days. Random checks, evidence produced by Courtney directly with Emily discussing this agreement. I think all these, plus an ad that kind of corroborates the fact that it seems like there was some activity going on. Whether or not it explicitly said flights, is it flights?
It doesn't say flights. It says so wouldn't it be the more prudent thing to do to say, because what I'm hearing is they were never told you got to stop this, and so.
But they were also told when they signed their lease agreement.
No, I understand that.
Told not to
I understand.
have a commercial.
Well, hold on. They were told no commercial activity, and we've got at least 2 things that are non-commercial activity. We've got one, this Justin guy, and I'm not worried about. I think you're misreading the lease, the $10 per hour thing. I think you're misreading how aviation plane leases.
No, I between companies.
So I think you got to take that off. I think we're all in agreement that Justin paying for the use of the plane for Justin to go to Craig is no-no. We all agree, that's a no-no. Right? So the question is the most appropriate thing to say, because of Justin paying you for those couple flights, or however many times, and we don't even have evidence of how many times he did it, by the way, you're gone. You're done. And I don't even know which lease, because you make a good point, Mr. Logwood. Nobody has told us, is it both leases, or is it just the plane that was associated with E4 or E10? No, I haven't heard that. One guy, we don't know how many times, essentially screwed you because you took money from him. Or do we say, we get it out in the open, that's not right, don't do it again, this is your notice. Brad can fly the plane, he can fly Brian's daughter and husband free of charge, Katop can fly his fiance free of charge just for getting hours. But if we catch Justin taking that plane to Craig for private lessons again, you're out, because that is commercial activity. We're all in agreement. Or do we say you're gone?
I think part of the problem is that, number one, we already found out they're doing that, right? And number two, do we have the resources that we want to spend on having our staff, essentially watch and look like we're retaliating against this company?
And try to outfox them.
Right, like, we already know, they've already admitted in their own testimony that there's commercial use, yes? And so, in my mind, we have a policy, and again, if we don't like that policy, we revisit that, and I've been saying that for at least 3 years, revisit the policy, but the fact of the matter is we have not done that. So it is our job as the Airport Authority Board to uphold our policy, as we have asked our interim executive director to do. And now, because he's done what we've asked him to do, we're sitting here discussing whether or not we're going to say, yes, we support the decision you made because it's based on the policy that we have approved, or we're going to say, you know what, we know that
Let me clarify what I said too, because I said outfox. I meant give them time to outfox Courtney. Like, I feel like the burden of proof on having to like just check and make sure, it's the shuffling act that I don't think is a reasonable burden of proof for him to manage two.
I know they both made testimony, both shuffling on purpose or at Fox, and I think that's improper.
Okay, let's hang on. There's a very important question, and then you guys can make your motions, which is, which T hangar is it?
Both.
What's the evidence that it's both T hangars?
The photographs I showed you with, on September 6th, the aircraft that Justin uses is in E10. Previously, the Lance has been in E10. They're both involved.
Okay, so because...
And to be clear, notices were issued in March on this basis, and the activity continued.
Okay, so let me go back, okay.
Your counsel's getting to argue a lot, but.
No, we're trying to get,
Okay.
I'm just trying to get some factual basis here. Because they have to make a motion, not me. Is it also against policy then, that if on one day the airplanes are in different hangars, that's grounds for termination?
It is. It's in the lease agreement.
Okay,
It's
so
just-
that's, so hold on, okay, please,
It says
Mr.
without
Roberts,
notice.
Mr. Roberts, please.
Yeah.
So that's on. Go tell all the general aviation, if you get caught with your plane in somebody else's hangar for 10 minutes, an hour, whenever the airport goes and gets it, those are grounds for termination. Don't do it. Because that's the advice that we just got from the Aviation Council is, if that plane is caught in anybody else's hangar, grounds for termination. I just want...
That's not what I'm saying either.
No, I'm not, it's what our attorney just advised us.
But they have time to cure, correct?
No, that's the point. There's no time to cure.
So what I'm saying is they've had 6 months to cure.
Wait a minute, now that, we keep hearing this. Let me tell you, you weren't here at that last board meeting. At the board meeting, if you go back on the record, your chairman instructed me to provide Mr. Roberts with some evidence about ownership of the plane. and we did that. We thought we were done. I mean, there wasn't any, do this, we thought that we were done. And then we get this another appeal. All of a sudden, it's starting 6 months later. In fact, as a result of that, that's everything regarding the use of the airplanes, the so-called flight school, it shut down. I mean, there was no more since March. What they did do is, this one flight instructor, he had some students, said, well, why don't I'll fly off of this airport thinking that's the appropriate thing to do, and not conduct it and go up there, and then all of a sudden that's now.
No, I hear you, and look, I've exhausted my words on this. I think if we're going to be looking at the T-hanger use policy, and we're going to be talking about giving grace periods and defining some things, that the most prudent thing to do is a slap on the wrist, but I think that I've lost that. So both of you can, I can't make a motion as the chair, so there needs to be a motion on either accepting Courtney's termination of the lease, or both leases, or denying it in some part. So what have you asked to?
Well, I want to clarify too. My basis is not because I think anybody's trying to outfox. I'm saying though that I don't think it's appropriate to give this indefinite cure period where Courtney has to continue to put this huge burden of proof. I think he's done that through a series of things. My motion would be to deny the appeal.
Okay, if there's a motion, it's properly seconded.
I'm still in meeting.
Ma'am, if you're going to be on the phone, can you please step out? Thank you. All right, we have a motion properly seconded. I don't think there's any further discussion needed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion carries 2-1. Thank you. All right. Next up is agenda item number 14. I will take this one. Everybody's been briefed on the ongoing review by Ackerman into FRS compliance. The request is to authorize Ackerman to close out their current compliance for a not to exceed of $90,000, which then they will provide us a review of everything that they found at the December workshop so that we can take further action. There's really nothing to discuss just yet because we need to get that finalized, and I think once we have a final report, we will. So would entertain a motion to approve the continued engagement for not to exceed of $90,000 to close out phase 1 of the FRS compliance review.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. So if we are approving this, we're approving them another $90,000?
To finish out what they were, the remaining that they were doing in the 5-year review, just to close it out.
And I understand that you say up to, but again, in my previous experience with this law firm, when we say up to, they charge us up to, and then they charge us additional things after that. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can have them hand over what we've already paid for them to do, and have our legal counsel, who when we hired them, stated they had all of these different departments within their company, that we utilize them instead of who I would consider a predatory law firm.
Yeah, I just think they're almost done. The number that they gave was their number to finish it, and to stop midway through and have somebody else pick it up, I think is not prudent. But I do believe that when we get the board briefing in December, that we will have an opportunity to discuss moving forward with a phase 2 review and everything that comes with that. That's why I'm in support of this. It's just, this is no offense to our council, because they do a phenomenal job, but I think they would probably tell you picking up in the middle of somebody else's work when they're almost done is not the smartest use of resources or time, and that's why I'm in favor of just letting them finish their phase 1 review.
Well, I had a question, and I, just because I agree with one point doesn't necessarily mean I agree with the conclusion. I agree it's not good to have somebody else pick up halfway as a generality. However, I hear that they will be done in a month. I think there needs to be a time limit set for them to complete, because
Yeah, they're
not just a statement, they'll be done in a month, but
no, the request that I made to them is that they present their final phase one findings to us at the December board meeting for us to then take board action on the findings and recommendations. So that's and we can not only give Courtney, but we can also give general counsel the direction to work with Ackerman and let them know that, I mean, here's the thing, like we have to pay a bill. So if they don't get it done on time, we withhold. So we can just tell them, like, this, as part of you getting paid for the final phase one, you have to be at this board meeting in December, and you have to complete your phase one review.
I would also request, as I did previously, and that just, I don't know where that went because we never got that documentation from Ackerman. I would like notice when they're approaching certain monetary points so that we know how much we're spending, because I don't think, you know, I asked for that when it was a $70,000 up to, and we didn't get that until after we got the $70,000 bill and then some. So I think it would be in our best interest as an airport to make sure that we are staying on top of them and what they are charging us and what they are providing for what they're charging.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can ask Courtney to, you know, and general counsel to let Ackerman know that it's a hefty bill. We want regular updates to both of you on where their billing is, what their completion, because the way that I took the call was they're almost done, and that I think the up to 90,000 included some of the work that they've already done that we were privy to in our briefings. So if we can get how much have they already billed, how much is left, confirmation that they have to come in December for board presentation, that would be the best way to do it.
so at the time, they had, I think, 19 employees done and 37 left that they hadn't touched. They had 90,000 left to complete that review, and if I'm not mistaken, they had a little caveat after that, does not include coordination with FRS, does not include corrective actions. So to me, that opens the door for, hey, 90,000 plus those corrective actions would be done by our in-houses. The expectation.
Correct. The expectation is give us what you are currently doing to completion, present to us all the findings, and then let us as the board determine next steps on that. So I took it, that's why I asked Courtney to put in there not to exceed 90, because they said 90 will get them to finish the phase one review and present to us.
And I did ask our attorneys in an email today if it would be appropriate, and perhaps it isn't, but I thought I should at least bring it up to the board. Is there a point, I obviously do not work with the RFS, but is there a point to which our legal counsel can contact them and say, here's what we've discovered, here's what we're doing, what do you need and want from us, so that we're giving the proper direction to whatever law firm continues to do this? Because if we're paying them this up to $90,000 to go back the 20 some odd years, but they only want up to X amount, or, you know, just to see what they actually want. I don't know if that's something that we do. I don't know if it's worth doing, but I thought it was at least worth bringing up.
Yeah, I think let's see what the phase one report says, and then we as collectively as a board with Courtney and general counsel can discuss the appropriate pathway forward, including just us going to, us, but general counsel going to. Yeah, this is purely just, we need to get this phase one done, and we need to be presented to it, have a presentation in December.
So I can make a motion, I'm going to put the 1 month, at our next meeting, that they are complete with phase one as part of that, though, if that's acceptable to the chair.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so, in that case, I will say, my motion is that we approve continuation of Ackerman, with the caveat that by our next meeting, they will have the results of phase one. complete.
And you want to add not to exceed 90?
Not to exceed $90,000, yes.
Do we have a second? All right, we have a second. Any further discussion, any public comment?
I have one more comment on that.
Okay.
I made it clear too that I do think we need to go further back if the results seem to indicate what they indicate.
Let's have that, let's have that discussion in the workshop. All right, any further comments, discussions? Hearing none, no public comment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, we're almost done. Agenda item number 15, I asked for this one as well. As the board knows, we've got one board member who's lived it all. We've got other board members, including myself, Mario, and Jerry, who have just scratched the surface of seeing everything. As I've said, somebody said I was on a TV interview. I've not given a TV interview. But I have been very consistent that I would love to turn a new page for the airport. I think Michelle obviously would love to get a sense of regularity and to get down to good business. As part of that, there have been a bunch of allegations made, and I think it's the most appropriate thing to not just say allegations are made, we're not going to look into them. I think that we owe it to the public and to ourselves as board members to do an internal investigation into the allegations that were made of any misconduct, but also to advise us as board members what institutional controls that we might not have, that we should have, related to board activity, to board member conflicts, to day-to-day institutional controls. So what I'm going to be asking, and I hope that somebody would make a recommendation, or excuse me, a motion, is to authorize general counsel, who's new to the airport, who hasn't been around for when the alleged misconduct or anything occurred, to conduct an internal investigation. They will be the cheapest and most efficient way to do that versus trying to go get some outside company. To look into the allegations that were raised, to provide us some factual findings and any actionable recommendations that they may find. In talking with general counsel, they have a former attorney general who's got experience in doing investigations at a criminal and I guess civil, massive civil, that they would task with doing this in their firm to take statements, review documents, get both sides of the allegations. Part of this as well for the board and the public is to give Courtney a chance to tell his side of the allegations that were made. He's been put in a position where he's not been able to explain from his side because there was a criminal investigation and then there were allegations lodged. And so I just think as we move forward, especially as we're about to do an executive director search, it's good for him to be able to clear his name of any allegations that were lodged against him. Separately, as part of that, I would ask, and Mr. Roberts and I have had this conversation, because there were allegations made against him and his dealings with the airport, there was also some claims of ethics, that during this internal investigation that he temporarily suspend his role as aviation counsel to allow there to be no conflicts during that. Talk to general counsel. They do have aviation attorney, board certified aviation attorneys that can step in during this interim period to advise on any aviation legal issues, but that this would hopefully be very quick, very thorough, and provide us not only with clean slate moving forward, but again, board policies and institutional controls to better govern ourselves. That's why I asked for it. Would love to hear your feedback, or if you would support general counsel doing this.
I do not. Well, let's separate the two. I would support an internal investigation on Mr. Cook. I think all that will do for him is clear his name, which I think is very important. I would not support an internal investigation for a few reasons. Number one, for an attorney to be investigated would tarnish his name, not clear his name. Chad and I are the only two that are left, that have been here since the start of this. Chad and I have nothing to gain being on this board, other than we're trying to do good things, and we have an interest in this airport. People fought for Mr. Roberts to be here. Admittedly, I don't think I voted for Mr. Roberts to be here. So I am not one of those people. I don't know him outside of this area. But what I do know is that he has done his job, and he continues to do his job so in depth. Like you said, you have 42 slides for this. He does his job so in depth that he doesn't leave a lot of room for questions, because he kind of just puts it all out there. And out of all of the legal counsel that we have had in the past 3 years, he is the one person that has been asked repeatedly, show us your invoices for this. He is the one that everyone has kind of gone after, which is fine. I mean, attorneys have thick skin, you can handle that. When Douglas Lawler left, Mr. Roberts very easily could have, and in retrospect probably should have, walked away with them. And he stuck by us. And he has stuck by us, and all he has done is tried to continuously enforce the policies that we as a board, maybe it was before all of us, but we as a board have. And our thank you to that man is going to be to investigate him and tarnish his name and his reputation. For what?
I think you're misreading it, because
must be.
the allegations made were towards Mr. Roberts. And I agree with you. I do not have any ill will towards him. I don't think he's gaining financially, because he's probably losing money by being here. But the allegations that were made as a board chair, I don't think should just be left out there hanging to say, we're going to look into the allegations made against Courtney, but we're not going to look into the allegations made to the lawyer. And there's a higher power on all of this, which is the Florida Bar, and that's not what's being referred at all. This is just an internal to make sure that the allegations that were made about conflicts of interest or representing certain interests over others are not true. So, and just so that we're all very clear, like I've talked to Courtney and Chad about this, so it's not a surprise to either of them that I asked for it. Courtney said that he was supportive. He wants his name to be clear. He wants the opportunity. And when I talked to Chad, even this afternoon on the drive-in, his request to me was just that I asked for it instead of him voluntarily temporarily suspending his services for the investigation. So this is not, this is only to say, we've got allegations that are out there, they've been in the news with both men. It is incumbent upon us to look into both of them and take direction after that. And if you're right, which you probably are, it's going to come back and say that Chad did nothing wrong other than provide sound legal counsel to Courtney in the airport. But at least we will have that documented versus what is now a one-sided, that there is ethical misconduct on Chad's part and there is misconduct on Courtney's part. Those are just hanging out there with no counters. This internal investigation allows us to get finality and board recommendations. That's the only reason I did it, and I talked to both men beforehand about it.
So, I mean, the notion that it's just out there, I mean, there's also the standpoint that you focus on it and you give it credibility when there may not be credibility. And that doesn't mean I'm against the investigation. I am very much against taking off Chad as aviation counsel in the interim. I like that we have a general counsel and an aviation counsel. I think they can do whatever investigation while he still serves in his role. If there is an investigation, which I would be interested to hear other perspectives, whether it be Courtney's or public comment, I would, I see this in 2 months here. I would want to make sure it's explicit to the 2 months, but I also would not would want to suspend chat service during the time. It's one of my views, but I would like to hear other people's thoughts.
Yeah, well, why don't we'll go to Courtney, and then we can go to Tim, and we can see if there's board action before we open public comment.
I want it. I want the investigation because, as you see, there's news reporters in the crowd. I've had my name dragged through the press more than I would care to, and I haven't been able to say anything about it. I've had to subject my family to accusations quietly. So I would love to have my name cleared. When I took this job May 13th of last year, I didn't expect to have to even hear this. And so to keep, for my name's sake, for my children, for my parents, for our last name, I would like my name cleared. So I demand this, if I may.
I agree with Mr. Pittman. A lot of people here have made sacrifices for this airport and paid a big price. I think it gives it a little too much dignity for me to change my relationship with the airport over an outsider's claims of allegations. When I step away, it's gonna be to step away, that my work here is done. I don't wanna step away for 60 days and hand things off and then come back. When I step away, it's gonna be to step away. There are a couple things left in my time here that I'd like to look after. You know, the policies that we've had some experience with. It's for another day, but I've been on the outside of this airport for 3 decades. I've been on the inside for 3 years. I know everybody I've shared this with. The root cause of our problem is our governance structure. I'd like to take that up and give you an opportunity just to hear my thoughts about it. That's for another day. But until our governance architecture is fixed, that's what generates the headlines. And will continue to generate the headlines after you leave. So I request that I serve at the pleasure of the board. I think it gives it a little too much dignity to step away. When I do that, it will be to step away permanently. I'm not gonna do an interim step away. So I respectfully request that the investigation be conducted. I don't think it prudent, not only it's for the people that are gonna sit here, right? So you're gonna find this perhaps when this executive search comes along or someone replaced me. I think Ms. Chapman will tell you, they put out the aviation RFP and no one showed up. And so they had to put out a second one for someone in the community that would come down here and do this. There's no upside for someone like me much doing this. And so I think it sends a very wrong signal to the people that you would ever ask to come in here to say, we'll serve up somebody's reputation to try to appease some outsider's allegation. Let's do the investigation. Let's have them propound questions to me. And I respond to your concerns, right? I don't want to respond to a third party's concerns. I want to respond to your concerns. And you know, whoever the investigator is, give me a list of written questions and I'll answer it. I think it's a little awkward to have us passing judgment on each other. I wouldn't pass judgment on my colleagues here. It's a little awkward, but let's do it. Let's see where it goes. I just think it gives it too much dignity to ask somebody to step away under those circumstances. Let's get the investigation going, Mr. Pittman. I was there for a lot of this, including the things about Mr. Pittman. I was there, and I wouldn't still be here if I didn't have confidence in the people that are here and remain here, including Mr. Pittman. So I would like to participate in that as well. I just think it gives it a little too much dignity to ask me to change my relationship to the airport based on an outsider's allegations. Otherwise, I'm entirely supportive of the investigation.
I worry that we are letting the past control the future of the airport a little bit too much, because again, as Mr. Roberts said, he reports
to the board. And as a current board, the four of us that sit here on the board, I personally do not have any real concerns or questions about his position as our aviation attorney. Do I have some questions and some follow-up things for Mr. Pittman? Absolutely, and that's why I think it's important when we're discussing this is to separate the two, because they are two separate people, they have two separate everything. But I also question, is there somebody else that can do this internal investigation? Would this be something that we would partner with the county's HR or something, you know, one of those relationships that we have to sincerely remove any bias or anything of that sort?
I'd like to give some legitimacy to what Michelle said as well. And this isn't a knock on Chris. I think it's perfectly transparent and honest. But when I said, you know, I think we had a conversation my first day on the job. Why would you want to do it? Do this as a board member? To which, you know, serve the community is my response. But you know, there's not a real good. There's no ulterior motive. There's not a real good reason for why the heck I would want to sit up here. And when I asked you the same question, you said capitalism, right? I mean, it's a good business opportunity. And I praise God you're here, because thank goodness for capitalism. But I do think that that does imply an opportunity for bias. So I don't think, for that same reason, I do think it would be unjust to Chad to have him step away from his role.
Okay. Look, I mean, I talked to Chad 2 weeks ago, and he was fine with voluntarily stepping aside, but if he's changed his mind and you guys think, here's what I'll say, as a lawyer, the allegations, if true, are concerning. I don't think that you can look into the allegations made against Courtney without looking into the allegations of Chad's involvement in anything. But if the board's decision is to allow him to stay on during this period and you feel comfortable, then so be it. On the Lippis thing, if you cannot trust our current general counsel to do an unbiased internal investigation, then, I mean, that's essentially what you just said, though, is, but I think if you cannot trust them to have somebody in their firm look at underneath the hood to come up with institutional controls and policies, then we're sending a pretty bad message about our belief in their abilities. And that's why my suggestion was to just let general counsel do an internal investigation. Courtney said he's good with it. Chad's good with it as long as he gets to remain in his services. So I really don't see what need for any further debate on it, other than if somebody would make a motion to authorize general counsel to conduct an internal investigation into the allegations of misconduct and provide any recommendations on institutional controls and board member policy moving forward, and to complete that for presentation at our January board meeting.
So the motion that you're suggesting, and I do want to clarify, because that is not what I'm saying, is I don't trust our general counsel. But when there is a potential opportunity for conflict, particularly if their aviation attorney would come in and fill the role of Chad, that is a direct conflict. So,
but now you're impugning them now by suggesting.
I'm not impugning them. I'm saying.
Mr. Roberts has got things like this.
But there's an allegation from a former board member and a tenant of the airport. So let's take a step back here. Take the former board member out of it. You've got allegations of a current tenant who is not feeling like they're getting a fair shake. It is incumbent on us as the authority to make sure everybody knows that they're getting a fair shake at the St. Augustine Airport. We just had a presentation that we can hold nobody to a higher standard, nobody gets special treatment, then we should be acting that way. So we should be.
Yeah, and I'm just clarifying that I'm not impugning or saying I don't trust, just I don't want to reword it what I've stated, that there is a opportunity for conflict when one aviation attorney steps out and another aviation attorney steps in. I'm saying that there's controls and things for a reason to minimize these opportunities, and I would think it would not be wise to ask Chad to step away while we investigate him and then make some statement about imputing or not trusting our general counsel.
Yeah, which if that's the will of the board, to do the internal investigation, have a presentation by January, and that during that time, Mr. Roberts is still remains at Aviation Council, then I'm fine with that vote. So if that's what the motion is, then.
I'm still concerned, and it has nothing to do with my trust factor for our general counsel. I am an open book enough that they would know if I had issues with them. My concern would be to have an outside, whether it's through the county or another kind of community that we can use, that it not only protects the people that are being investigated to ensure that they have an unbiased investigation done, but I think it also protects our general counsel, because if it comes back and their names are totally cleared, well, that's because they're all friends. I mean, there's so much room for all of this that, how long do we continue to let the past dictate the future? I don't know, I just don't see.
That's gonna be anything. Regardless of the outcome, there's gonna be naysayers who this was fixed, or there's that relation, I mean, that's.
So should we eliminate as much of that as possible?
Yeah, we do it by using the law firm that we hired and we trusted for general counsel services, who, by the way, is drafting board policy and recommending board governance to us. I don't know who you could trust more than the firm hired to provide general counsel services, board governance, make sure that we don't get ourselves in.
Again, I'm not saying I don't trust them.
Yeah,
I'm saying I do.
But who's
I
better?
want to make sure that we're protected.
Yeah.
Because again, it comes down to me, and maybe it's some PTSD for being here.
Yeah, no,
Everything to me needs to be defendable in court. And if we come back and say, well, we had our own internal investigation by our own attorneys, that have a very good relationship with everyone that sits here. I mean, that's.
But that's why it's an internal investigation. If it was external, I think you're just adding, right, there's a time factor, there's somebody that has to get up to speed on things, who are the appropriate people. We're asking them as part of this to provide any institutional controls that they see, some board governance policy. So I view this as not only just clearing the air from the allegations, but advising us as our lawyers, hey, you've got a blind spot here, and here's the draft, a red line on how you can fix that. And we trust them, because they're the general counsel. That's what they're hired to do, is to guide us, that way. And I think if you go outside to county HR, or you ask another agency, you're not getting that love and attention, because they're in, they're out, just like these external auditors, they do their contracted service, they're in, they're out, they don't care that much. These guys care, they are contracted to do that and help us through this all, and,
Through the chair, if I may, we've talked about this internally, and the way our firm handles this is Jeffrey and I would not be involved. As a matter of fact, nobody from our Florida office would be involved. We create what is essentially a Chinese wall, and we would use our specialists who are in DC, in New York, and in West Palm, and whoever we bring in. And the question should be, what are they charge us? And the answer is it's the same rates on all those things, but very intentionally, to your point, I don't want to pass judgment on one of my colleagues, but I'm saying my a lot. I mean, my firm is not going to put ourselves in a position where we sit here in the board meeting every day, talking to Mr. Pittman, talking to Mr. Roberts. It would be inappropriate for me to even be involved in this investigation. So, yes, our firm could certainly handle it. We create a Chinese wall. There would be people that would present. They would, ask questions. They would get the materials. They would pull them together. But Jeffrey and I, as your day-to-day general counsel, we would not be sitting in a room with Mr. Roberts or sitting in a room with Mr. Pittman. That would be, in my opinion, that would be inappropriate.
It does, and knowing that it's not someone from your
from the Jacksonville.
location, that's helpful. You should have interjected that a long time ago.
Sorry.
Remember, I'm not an attorney, guys.
For my 2 cents, that's reassuring.
Yes.
My 2 cents, that's reassuring. We have to have mutual trust, and at the same time, you might add a few more words about scope. Look, if it's a specific set of allegations, I'd try to identify that. If it's a tenant, let's just say it. I mean, if it's Montenegro, Gelato, that things are not being fairly treated, we ought to address specifically that. So, because we've kind of been through a lot of that before, so.
Yeah, I think the scope is the resignation letter that had a couple of allegations in there that are not just former board member allegations, they're, tenant allegations, which led to former board member status.
I would love
So
the
I think it's-
opportunity, I would love, like Mr. Pittman, I would relish the opportunity to address those.
So we have consensus from the two people that are being asked questions. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve an internal investigation, authorize general counsel to conduct an internal investigation into the allegations that were raised, provide institutional controls and board member recommendations, and present to us in the January board meeting, without Mr. Roberts suspending his services?
And I would say completion of this study done.
By January board meeting.
Yeah. Complete, done. Then I would say so moved.
Okay. Could I have a second?
I don't think we're ready for that yet. I've got the icy faces happening that say they want to say
What?
something.
No, I just wanted to ask for scope. For scope, and just for clarity, when you mean governance, will it take up the issue of our charter and the way that people come to these chairs?
So I think to not prejudice this at all,
Yes.
that we should give the resignation letter with the allegations and let that individual go off of those.
Go where it goes.
I go where it goes and offer suggestions. Now, when general counsel would get involved is when there are, hey, there's a blind spot. Hey, do you have a policy on this? They're gonna have to be asked those questions and help us with recommendations on where that goes. So the investigator is only as good as what the allegations say and the evidence, but then to have recommendations moving forward in institutional controls, we have to bring general counsel, and the board will be involved in it as well.
If I may. I would also just like to add, whatever the final, before the report's final and adopted, whatever it is, I would like an opportunity to append my own statement to it, right? And as well as Mr. Pittman could append his own statement to it, right?
I think you're free to rebuttal anything that might be an issue as well.
And I would suggest in addition to the 10-page resignation letter, included with that would be the week prior, the 16-page letter asking Ms. Leo to be checked to see if there were conflicts that existed. I think that needs to be, I think it's substantial to the investigation.
That's fair.
So through the chair, if I can, I think Mr. Roberts, I think you over have valid points. Routinely, and again, I spent some time based on the chairman's request talking internally. It'd be a Chinese wall. We wouldn't be involved here locally. We would assign a team to this. They'd all be introduced. That's number one. Number two, the scope would be as you direct. If you direct the letter, my understanding, personally not done one of these, but my understanding from my colleagues are they will take that, they'll create the list of questions, preliminary questions, ask for documents and things like that.
Resignation letter.
Correct.
Okay.
And then if you're directing the COE, that you can add that if you want. I want to clarify, and I think Mr. Roberts hit the nail on the head here. I don't think you want, unless you guys tell me otherwise, but I don't think you want this investigation to come with proposed policies. I think what you're asking for are blind spots and saying these need to be addressed, deal with them how you see fit.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
just to clarify, because there's no way that's happening by January.
No, which then we would engage, right, we'll get the feedback on what the investigation revealed, we'll figure out that there are blind spots, and then the board, depending on that, can direct general counsel to come up with red line policy suggestions to us based on that. Because I think at that point, the Chinese wall isn't affected anymore once the investigation is complete. Then we can use the completed investigation to figure out any board policies that need to be adopted.
What does COE stand for?
It's the ethics.
The ethics.
Commission on Ethics.
Okay, so that would be included.
Yeah. So we have a motion on, you made a motion, do we have a?
So moved with the stipulations
Yeah.
as discussed.
Yes, okay. Public comment?
Yeah. I just want to say, first of all, these are my personal comments. And there are a lot of people who can make inputs that you may not know about on this situation. And I really think that what Michelle and Mario and Chad said are correct. Do not have him resign. And I'd like, after I finish, tell us why we have an aviation council. We never had one before. There's a reason, okay? And also, some of the things that you did when there was a different appeal and you knocked the guy's socks off, you know? But anyway, I'll start this by saying, yes, this is way overdue, but it's also good it didn't happen earlier because of the things that keep going on and have been going on even recently. And make sure you define the sunshine law and conflict of interest violations. What are the definitions of those? Are they considered serious crimes, criminal conduct? Not according to the records I have. I am on a county quasi-judicial board, and these matters are handled initially internally, and when they actually occur, not waiting after presumably happening over a period of 8 months. The allegations were announced with no forewarning and no proof of facts, even though requested. And what were the so-called unethical conducts? The so-called whistleblower does not have the capability of writing and typing up a multi-page document to the governor's office, nor does he know how to release it to the media. So there had to be collusion there. I asked the reporter who sent it, and I said, who provided you with this information? Her answer was, I cannot reveal my sources. And I said, well, how do you know what you were being told is the truth? The answer was, I resent the question. And how did I do that? Because I was asked to interview Captain Newstack with another one of the pilots. And the person said that Ms. Leota is in conflict of interest because of her constantly, so that she couldn't really refuse herself going on. So the reporter said, oh, I'll have to contact her to respond to that comment. Guess what? The interview was never aired because she asked me, I want to film some of the hangars. I called 3 people, and they all said, no way, I don't want to be sued, and I don't want to lose my hangar lease. And I said to the reporter, I said, this is what everybody at the airport feels the same way. You know, that they're going to be subject to a lawsuit, and they're petrified.
All right. Now's your time.
Oh dear.
All right.
But anyway, I have a lot of input, and other people have a lot of input. And what about the 3 people who left? They have a lot of input on allegations and how they respond to that. And the reputation of the airport is on the line.
Thank you.
That's why you want.
I'm only concerned about the reputation of the airport.
Exactly.
Nobody else.
That's right.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion or debate, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
The chair, if you would appoint a liaison so I can make we'll do a handoff to the appropriate council and team of handling this. I'll appoint myself. Fair enough.
All right, the next one is a general council request. So General Counsel?
Yes, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are required by Florida statute in the event we want to request a shade meeting to bring that to the board's attention. The airport has been sued in connection with a request from the former board members to provide indemnification for their legal expenses and fees as a result of the litigation stemming from Modern Era. There will be litigation strategy and discussions that need to be had, which would then be subject to a shade meeting. So our request is that pursuant to sections 286.011 subsection 8, that we get approval from this meeting to set a shade meeting. We would notice that meeting. We would then go into executive session, which is the shade meeting. A court reporter would need to be present. As a reminder to the board, the court reporter and transcript after the conclusion of litigation would then be published in accordance with sunshine law. We would ask that we work through Mr. Pittman and the board chair to schedule that meeting for the rest of the board.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve a shade meeting? So moved. Do we have a second? We have a motion properly seconded. Any public comment on that? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I got, oh, by the way, Chairman,
Yes.
due to some information that was brought to us late last week about the FRS for the senior management, whether or not you all wanted to continue that, or if you want to stop it, we had to make a decision by December.
Yeah, thank you. I was supposed to bring that up when we talked about the employment. Yeah, thank you, Linda. Yes, so this is on the agenda, it's just I completely skipped over it. This is to review whether or not the executive director role would be senior management service for the purpose of FRS. I believe the recommendation was it doesn't harm us to remove it from the senior executive management role. We can always re-add it later on. So is there a motion to approve removing the executive director as a senior executive management classification?
So moved to remove the SMS classification.
Okay, we have a motion properly seconded. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. For the second meeting in a row, I don't know if we're going to get to staff reports. Courtney, is there anything that you really wanted to cover on this?
T hangers will be available, first set of T hangers, J will be available in December, in December. We plan on having a ribbon cutting in December. Compliance went through without a hitch, 139 compliance, and other than that, those are the highlights.
Can we make the ribbon cutting the same day as the board workshop, since we already had it publicly noticed and everybody's together?
Yeah.
I mean, even though they might already be in use, but I mean, we could do a ceremonial ribbon cutting and you can invite the media out. Since we're all there, we just have a hard stop at some point during our workshop to go do that, and then we can come back to the workshop. So if everybody's good with that, then that'd be good. Anything else?
With Bowman, branding and stuff, be interested in that presentation. I don't know if you had a chance. I didn't know if you had something to discuss with your report, or if that's like something you're gonna get with them for.
So at the workshop, so we was talking about the branding, doing the logo, the website and all that. We'll be presenting that at the workshop for you all, because one of the things I want to discuss is the new logo. Because we missed the opportunity, if you will, to celebrate the name change. But like I was talking to one of the board members, actually, we might not miss it if we can do it with the ribbon cutting. So we can celebrate the name change and the new logo all in together. And just have a nice rollout for the future.
Okay. All right, general counsel or aviation, any staff reports? None?
I just want to pile on that the Part 139 was a significant achievement for this group. A lot of young people, they're all doing their job for the first time. It's the same standard that JFK International has to meet, and this team met it. And it was just a really remarkable, to read this year's audit report versus last year's audit report. Sometime when you guys want to pass out kudos, there's a bunch of people wearing orange shirts that deserve a lot of credit.
Thanks, board member comments. Does anybody have any?
I was here for the beginning portion of that inspection. I will take exactly zero credit for anything there, except that I said, hello, how are you? But I did have the opportunity to see how hard our staff is working, and we should all be very proud of them. Also, I just real quick wanted to say happy birthday to the Marine Corps for any of you that are out there, December 5. And thank you to all of our veterans, and I hope that you get to enjoy your Veterans Day.
I know everybody just wants to leave, but we've got air traffic controllers, and I assume we're in the same boat where they are. Just on the way here, I was listening to the news, President Trump saying he'd recommend a $10,000 bonus for those who aren't calling in sick. I know that some of the large airports are experiencing issues. What's the status of our air traffic controllers?
We're about 4 months short now. So we got a new manager here now at the tower. We'll start inviting him to the board meeting because in the past, when I was the tower manager, I was part of the business partner update. We invited the tower manager to come and to offer him some support. He met with SAPA, and then I'm setting up a new one as well. I wanted him to get his feet wet. But they are running short right now, and that is very impactful.
Are they handling it okay? And is there a way we can support them? I don't know.
There's no way we can support them, because you gotta be, it's a contract company, through that pay. You have to have a minimum of 1 year experience with a certified power operator license. And so there's nothing we can do, unfortunately.
Shoot, bring them coffees or pat on the back or, you know.
They'll love that. The guys up there will love it.
How many are up there?
5, yeah. It's been a while since I've been up here.
Gordon.
So
Out of touch.
I intentionally.
No, just questions. Sorry.
Okay, I have nothing. Our next meeting, as everybody sees, is a workshop that's open to the public. We're going to go over a lot of things. I would definitely invite SAPA and anybody else who's interested. As you heard, the T-hanger use policy will be up for discussion. Some board policies will also be up for discussion. And then that'll be immediately followed by a board meeting. So we're going to be here all day on Wednesday the 17th. So with that, would get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second
All right. Hearing none, we have full consent on that. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.